I had a childhood dream to own all of the Scooby-Doo movies. And now that I'm an adult, I can actually fulfill that dream. And I have. But what's the point in owning all of the Scooby-Doo movies if you don't watch all of the Scooby-Doo movies? That's right, in this video I'm going to be talking about all of the Scooby-Doo movies ever made. And by my count, and the seemingly other people's counts, that includes 49 movies. This is gonna be a big one. Happy Halloween, motherfuckers! This is my video for Halloween this year. I hope you enjoy the show. Also, fit check. Alright, so in order to begin, I'm not actually going to be starting with the first Scooby-Doo movie, because if I did them in chronological order and then ranked them all at the end, that would simply take forever. So instead I'm going to start with my least favorite Scooby-Doo movie, and that is Scoob from 2020. Alright, so Scoob is a movie that came out in theaters, and it is the first Scooby-Doo movie to have done that in quite a long time. I believe the last Scooby-Doo movie to come out in theaters was Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, so it had been a few years, but this one was pretty dog shit. Now I gotta be honest with you, I don't actually think Scoob is necessarily a terrible movie. I think that for a kid's movie, it's pretty mediocre, it's pretty average. But the thing about it, and the reason why I'm putting it in last place, is simply because I really don't like this as a Scooby-Doo movie. I think that it gets almost everything wrong in terms of Scooby-Doo, and it really just feels like a soulless, I don't know if cash grab is the right word, because I don't think this movie performed very well. I don't think it was good at all, and let me talk about why a little bit. Ultimately, this kind of just came across as Warner Brothers wanting to do a Hanna-Barbera extended universe movie and just throw a bunch of shit at the wall and see if it fits. Now, the main villain in this movie is Dick Dastardly and Muttley, and I really enjoy those two characters. I don't necessarily think they're great in this movie though, but I like the characters. Also, Blue Falcon is here, and Dino Mutt is here. Well, it's actually not Blue Falcon, it's Blue Falcon's son, I think. Either way, not very good, and there's a bunch of weird other Warner Brothers isms to this one that I don't necessarily appreciate. And also, like, Warner Brothers chose to pretty much recast all of the Scooby Gang in this one. It just follows that suit of, let's get some big names to be our characters, instead of getting the voice actors who have been doing this for fucking years and are very good at it. The only person who comes back for this is Frank Welker, and he voices Scooby. One of the worst characters in this movie is Fred, and Fred is objectively not Fred in this movie. The problem is that they make him kind of a weird asshole jock, and that's not Fred. And for those of you who are like, well, Fred is a jock, no, that's just wrong. He has shown interest in sports on occasion. He can famously lift 220, but the problem is that Fred is not a jock. He's kind of just a dweeb that enjoys certain things. He enjoys traps, he enjoys other random things. Dumb jock is not his description. And I think it's pretty damn ironic that the best character in this movie is Dino Mutt, who is a robotic dog. He's a robot. He's better than the fucking Scooby Gang. What type of Scooby movie is this? Okay, and now for a segment that I'm going to do for each of these movies, and that is list off a bunch of things that I noticed, disliked, or liked in each movie. Some of these lists are going to be longer than others because some I had more to say about. Scoob was one of the first movies that I watched when I started watching and rewatching all 49 movies, so the format is a little differently. I listed it as pros and cons, but eventually I forgo that and just do a big old list. So let me read them to you. Under the pros section, we have, they very briefly play the Where Are You background instrumental when entering the haunted house. 2. Dynomutt shows incredible disdain for Brian Falcon, and I really like that. 3. Quote, almost as if he is some middle-aged man's idea of how a teenage hippie talks, and that's about Shaggy. It's a meta joke, but it also is just correct. 4. Dick Dastardly has a framed picture of Muttley. 5. Quote, he said big squeak, and that's from Scooby. 6. There's a vacuum robot. 7. Fred has a suit-up scene where he ends by putting on the ascot, and that's, the fun. Now for the cons. 1. The animation does not fit the world or the vibes. Yeah, I just didn't really like the animation style. 2. The animation style is extremely generic. Yeah, I'm still talking about it. 3. If I pause the movie at any time, chances are the frame would look like an AI generated image. Now I know that this was in 2020, but it just has that weird, disgusting, glossy look to it that just reminds me too much of AI, and I don't like it. 4. My first time reacting to seeing Fred, Daphne, and Velma, especially Fred, was an audible ew. I hate how Fred looks. 5. The intro song, which is a take on the Where Are You theme, sucks. It has no passion or energy. 6. Fuck Warner Brothers for ghosting Matthew Lillard. I think he genuinely said at some point that they just never contacted him, or he said that he would love to do it, but they never got back to him. 7. Simon Cowell. 8. I hate the hyper-futuristic tech in this movie. It looks bad and does not mix with the Scooby-Doo aesthetics at all. Superhero stuff is fine, but this is pretty bad. 9. Brian Falcon dabs upon his entrance. 10. Dick Dastardly looks wrong. His face just isn't right. His voice isn't great either. 11. I don't like the robots. Their design actively makes me angry. 12. For the love of God, please fucking stop referencing real life stuff in this movie. I don't want to hear the gang riff about Netflix or hear about Tinder in a Scooby-Doo movie. 13. Dick Dastardly has a scene where he yells dick several times because, funny, his name is Dick Dastardly. 14. Thank God actual hell, yeah, from the Bible, is canon in this Scooby-Doo universe. 15. Captain Caveman is a character for some reason in this movie. 16. Why is there another pituitary gland issue being used to explain character lore? You'll get that later on. 17. The ultimate monster of this movie, Cerberus, doesn't look very good. Also, you're telling me these fuckers can't even make a fun chase scene or do anything exciting at all with the final monster of the movie? 18. Fuck the Mystery Machine. The new one, with all of my heart. It's a weird new futuristic version of it, and it's pure evil. And then some bonus points. There's a Hex Girls poster in the background alongside Hong Kong Phooey, Laugh Olympics, and Space Stars, and also 2 Muttley laughs. I like it when Muttley laughs. Alright, and that's all for Scoob. Alright, so the next movie on our list is Scooby-Doo Adventures The Mystery Map from 2013. This is a weird one because the Scooby Gang is puppets now. So this one is weird because it wasn't really made to be a movie, but it ended up getting released as one. Basically what I think happened is that some person who maybe worked on Sesame Street at some point decided they wanted to do a Scooby-Doo puppet show, like a TV show. She made this as like a pilot sort of thing, except, well, it didn't work. They basically take what was or would have been 2 episodes and just kind of smushed them together into a movie. Like, I'm pretty sure the runtime for this is like 45 minutes or something like that, so it's hardly a movie. I personally wouldn't say that this is a movie, but other sources say that it is, and I get why. But 45 minutes is kind of more a short film length, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you at least reached an hour, sure, but they couldn't even do that. From what I saw when I was like covering this and taking notes and whatever, most people seem to hate this movie, and I understand why. I mean, it's second to last on my list, but I don't know, I didn't think it was like awful. I just don't think that compared to everything else that it really holds up, especially considering the fact that it's barely even a movie, you know? I think that the puppet medium is actually pretty fun and could be a good idea. I don't always think that it looks great, but I appreciate it. And listen, I would absolutely love to have the Scooby-Doo puppet that is in this movie because it's very cute. The other puppets, I don't really love how they look as much, but Scooby-Doo, yeah, give to me. One of my main issues with this is that, kind of understandably so, it just feels like a very dumbed down version of Scooby-Doo, like it were made for like 4-year-olds, and that's probably the target demographic. But as a me watching it now, I get to criticize it under my own lens and say, yeah, no, this isn't great. I'm sorry, but it's not. Like the pacing and the mysteries and everything that goes into this just they're not very good. I also don't think that the monsters are that interesting of a design. One of them is just like a pirate parrot. I don't know, it's not that interesting. It's kind of lame sauce. I will say that like the backgrounds were well made, and one thing that I didn't like was that they reuse a bunch of music from other movies in this one, and I assume that's just because they couldn't have the budget to make a new song or license anything new, so they just grabbed songs from other Scooby-Doo media. But it was kind of just weird because the songs didn't fit the vibes of what was happening on screen because they were made specifically for a different movie with a different plot. Ultimately, I will say that I still kind of enjoyed this one. I definitely liked it more than Scoob, just because the characters still feel authentic and they feel like they are kind of meant to. It's just a little dumbed down and not that special, but you know, I still think it's fine. And now here's the list. Number 1, why are they using the Camp Scare song and like just the instrumental from it? No sane or casual Scooby fan is going to recognize the instrumental to this one song, and yet I did. 2, the Scooby Gang lives together in a treehouse. 3, damn, my bad. According to Shaggy, that's their clubhouse. It's still a tree though, so I don't know why they call it a clubhouse when it's clearly a treehouse. 4, Velma is the only character that can and does blink. Also, a noise plays whenever Velma blinks. 5, in a one-off joke, Velma calls her assistant Wayne to analyze blood, aka pizza sauce. Wayne looks like a human version of Beaker from the Muppets. 6, Scooby turns into a ball for a Scooby snack. Shaggy then uses him as a bowling ball to break them out of a cave. 7, wait, hold on, you're telling me this movie is the one that gives us the iconic Shaggy line, "I've been a lot of things before, but I've never been a giant cracker"? Okay. 8, I thought the end was happening halfway through because of the Abracadabra-Doo music and dance. It felt like an end credit sequence from one of the Scooby-Doo movies, but then I realized it was only halfway through the movie. 9, the lighthouse man kind of looks like a human version of Muttley. 10, Daphne's father has their planes, quote, parked all over the world. 11, there's a running joke about Fred being an actual moron, and Velma calls him Fredward in response. I don't like dumbass Fred, but I do like him being called Fredward. 12, so Scooby snacks seem to give Scooby powers because he's able to turn into a fucking rocket after eating one. Here I thought the ball transformation was a one-time thing. 13, there are a couple of legendary, to me anyway, voice actors present. We have both Jeff Bennett and D. Bradley Baker, which are actors we'll see in a lot of these movies actually. I won't really reference them that much because I've already brought them up, but just know, very good voice actors in a lot of Scooby movies. But that's this movie. Alright, and now we have Lego Scooby-Doo Haunted Hollywood from 2016. This is the first Lego Scooby-Doo movie, and it's also pretty bad in my opinion. I don't actually hate the Lego aesthetic for Scooby-Doo, and I think it actually could work pretty decently. My main problem is that this movie just kind of isn't good. It's very boring and very bland. All of the Scooby Gang are just reduced to literally nothing but their stereotypes, which is kind of annoying. The actual setting and plot location, some lot in Hollywood, is also kind of just boring and generic, and the monsters are also just kind of boring and generic, and parts of this movie play on parody, but it doesn't really work for me. I just don't think that this is really exciting at all. But yeah, the plot is that Scooby and the gang end up on some haunted Hollywood lot. It's haunted by several different ghosts or monsters or ghouls. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't have much to say about this one because I don't think there's much special about it at all. So let's get to the list. 1. Quote, Shaggy and Scooby are the best in the live bait business. From Fred, 2016. 2. Quote, the only thing to fear are sequels. And that's from Velma. Quote, being a celebrity goes against my counterculture principles. And that's from Shaggy. 4. Shaggy and Scooby swear off Scooby snacks. Gee, I wonder if that will stick. 5. Some great voice actors return to the world of Scooby-Doo. I'm happy to see J.B. Blanc, who voices Kano in Mortal Kombat 11. 6. There are some genuinely fun horror parodies or jokes in here. Boris Karnak is famous for playing many monsters, and that's a play on Boris Karloff, who is known from the Universal Classic Monsters. He played a lot of them. 7. Fred gets to be a director because he wears an ascot. 8. This movie throws a lot of shade at Hollywood and movies in general, and I don't think they're in the best position to be doing that. 9. There's a cute alligator. 10. Matthew Lillard does at least 3 bad accents, but it's on purpose, so I like it. 11. There's a shot of some footprints that is genuinely disorienting. It brought me out of the movie so bad. And 12, Scooby throws Shaggy's hair at the zombie as a weapon because they're Legos and the hairpiece just pops right off. All right, and that's all for this movie. All right, and now we have Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins from 2009. So this is the first of the live action movies. No, not the good ones. This is the direct to TV or DVD live action one. Yeah, so here's my main complaint with this movie. The first, I don't know, 2/3 of this movie kind of blows. It's not very good. Now, I think that more people like this one than I do. However, I think that it's pretty bad. I don't really like any of the Scooby Gang in this one. They don't feel that great. In the sequel, they do get better, hence why the sequel is higher. I think in this one, they're just kind of stereotypes, but not even really necessarily the Scooby-Doo stereotypes. They're just typical high school stereotypes. Like, we have the jock, the smart one, the pretty one. And those kind of fit the Scooby-Doo stereotypes, but it's more complex than that. I think there's some interesting premise here. The Scooby Gang meets each other for the first time in this movie, so that's kind of interesting, but it's, kind of lame because it's the trope where they meet because they all end up in detention together, and there's a mystery going on at the high school, and I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Also, Scooby-Doo, the Scooby-Doo doesn't really matter until the last 10 minutes of the movie. They kind of could have not put him in this movie, and it wouldn't have been that noticeable of a difference. But I said the first 2/3 of the movie kind of blows, so that means the last third has to be good, right? Yeah, kinda, but that's because it almost exactly copies Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. I'm not kidding. Most of it is just doing exactly what that movie did, but worse, because that's a good movie, and this one is not a good movie. Okay, and now for the list. 1. The guy who plays Shaggy tries too hard to do the Shaggy voice sometimes. Like, I get it. It's not easy, right? In the second movie, he kind of proves that he's capable. In this one, it's not good. He just gets real breathy and weird with it, and it's very distracting. I'd rather him stick with a mediocre Shaggy voice throughout the entire movie than try too hard and make it bad unintentionally. 2. Shaggy is government named by the principal, that is of course Norville Rogers, and they try to explain why he is the way that he is. Shaggy says that he has a pituitary gland issue, which accounts for his lankiness and assumedly his appetite. Yeah, this is that pituitary gland thing I was talking about. Weird that both of the mystery movies with mystery in the name have this detail. 3. Quote, "It's a mystery this machine still runs." And that's from Velma. 4. They got green screen ghosts that just kind of liquefy tool the background a little bit, and it doesn't look very good. Plus, the masked figure behind everything is, again, essentially just a copy of Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. 5. There's a Hanna-Barbera Easter egg. Huckleberry Hound is a bobblehead in the Mystery Machine. 6. They occasionally did cool shit with the ghosts. I liked when they weren't just green screen, and I thought the football mannequins in Haunted Military toys were very cool. 7. The 2 best moments of the movie that made this feel like a genuine Scooby-Doo movie were the disguise scene and both moments where Velma ran sneakily. Also, the disguises they use: Fred is a rapper, Daphne is goth, Velma is pretty, but I put that in quotes because she's already pretty, and then Shaggy and Scooby are just walking in trash cans. Like, perfect. 8. Sorry, not sorry, but my favorite part of the movie is genuinely the end. They just do the What's New Scooby-Doo theme song at the end, and it's just a montage. I don't know, it's fan service, but I'll take it. And that was this movie. Fit check. Alright, and now we have the first ever Scooby-Doo movie with Scooby Goes Hollywood from 1979. Honestly, guys, I don't have a lot to say about this one because it's mostly bland. The idea is that Scooby-Doo is an actor who plays Scooby-Doo in the franchise that is Scooby-Doo. Also, Shaggy and the rest of the gang are also actors who play themselves. Basically, Shaggy convinces Scooby to quit, so they go to some executive and pitch to him new ideas, and so we get to see Scooby play some different types of roles. But ultimately, the most fun part of this movie is just seeing Scooby annoy the executive. The first annoy. Hey, you doing all right there, Remo? Surprised you remembered my new name. You do know where I came from, right? Yeah. I'm sorry you had to find out that way. And that you couldn't be there. Yeah, me too. Listen, I know the others don't really like me, but if you ever want to talk, Thanks, but there isn't much point if you won't believe me, so... I meant about Roxy. Oh. Sorry to bother you, I guess. That's pretty much it. It's not that interesting, so here's the list. 1. I like the Name to Remember song. 2. This iteration of Scooby-Doo makes it seem like the Scooby Gang doesn't do any actual mystery solving. I don't particularly like this take, but for a one-off, I guess it's fine. 3. Scooby is like especially cross-eyed in this one. His eyes are crossed a lot of the time. 4. Baby Scooby-Doo is adorable. Apparently, they got him in a pet store in this movie. 5. I like the Scoobity-Doo song. 6, they hold dog auditions to replace Scooby after he quits. There are 3 other talking dogs that actually talk better than Scooby. Why would they do that? This just makes Scooby feel less special. What the fuck? Anyway, that's all I have to say about this movie. Next one. All right, and now we have Daphne and Velma from 2018, and this is another live action movie, but this is a standalone live action movie. No sequel was ever made. I was kind of expecting to dislike this more than I did. I actually didn't think that this was awful. I thought that it was pretty okay. It was pretty fine. I didn't have many abhorrent issues with it. I thought it was mostly just kind of here, and I had some fun because there were some fun moments. So this is kind of a rare movie where the gang is limited. It's also very extremely rare in that it's one of a kind, in that it's only Daphne and Velma. Ultimately, the vibes of this one are very much TV movie made for tweens, and that's probably because that's almost exactly what this is. This one's interesting because Daphne and Velma have not met before in real life. They're friends online somehow. Then Daphne ends up moving, so they end up going to the same school together, and there's a mystery going on there. It's a very high-tech, futuristic type of school. I think the high-tech stuff works fine. It doesn't always work because it's low budget, so it kind of can't, but it's not the worst ever. I think the mystery's fairly fun, and I like the villain behind it. This one doesn't really have a real, like, monster, though. No design or anything to go off of, so it's kind of let down in that sense. As for Daphne and Velma, I actually think that the actors do a pretty good job with them. I don't necessarily think they're written the best. Velma is a little too much of an asshole in the beginning, and Daphne is a little less Daphne, more girl from one of these movies that you would see. But I do think that they are both good enough and they both work. Now for the list. 1, there's a weird stiff hand hypnotic abduction thing going on that reminds me of Weapons a little bit from 2025. 2, Daphne has been jetting around the world because she's rich. However, I do want to know how she met Velma. 3, Velma lore update. This is the first of the lore updates that we'll get in these lists. She knows what gerbil tastes like. Okay, maybe a weird one to start, but sure. 4, Velma lives in, and the movie takes place in, Ridge Valley, California. I'm kind of sad to see it's not like Crystal Cove or Coolsville or something. 5, Velma has my old green Razer YouTube headphones. 6, Brian Stepanek, aka Arwen from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, is Daphne's dad. 7, quote, guess I lucked out. It's kind of my thing. And that's from Daphne. And actually, yeah, that checks out. Daphne, while she does tend to be unlucky, it actually ends up being lucky usually. And I would really like to see a movie use this where luck is like her superpower, so to speak. 8. Ugh. It's another clear phone future sci-fi thing. Also, sometimes the tracking on it is pretty bad when they track like a screen onto it, or a display, sorry. 9, they rank the children at this school. Like all of the children in one master ranking, not even just on grades, just on like everything. So it's fucking weird. 10, Crystal Cove is mentioned, so I'm confused why it doesn't take place there. 11, apparently Daphne's luck is actually just her dad. He follows her around and makes sure she has a pampered life. And I unfortunately do find this pretty funny. 12, Daphne's dad as a lunch lady goes hard. 13, Daphne lore update. She's the one we get the most lore updates for. She really likes aliens, specifically like the green aliens. And this is kind of a weird detail, but I think it's cute. 14, Vanessa Morano, yes, the sister of Laura Morano from Austin and Ally, is Carol. Carol is the villain, and I knew that when we met her. Sometimes you just know. 15, my god, these two are so gay. These fuckers be holding hands and shit. Just kiss already. 16, I like Velma's aunt and principal, Piper. 17, Velma turns down a guy so flatly. I love it. She's kind of an autistic queen in this one. 18. So there's a scene where these two teen jocks are talking about fatherhood, and one of them says to the other that he wants him to be his dad. This movie is very gay. 19. I like the plot of needing to get Velma up to #1 rank in the school ranking leaderboard, whatever. It feels fitting. And she's not already #1 because the targets of the mystery are the people in first place. So Velma tanked her score on purpose. 20. Don't worry, folks. Velma does say Jinkies in this one. Unfortunately, Daphne does not say Jeepers, though. 21. Velma lore update. She hasn't sneezed in 7 years. Well, she does in this movie, so the timer resets, but like still, damn. 22. There's a really bad chase sequence with a lame I lost my glasses visual gag. She doesn't even say the line. It's purely visual. 23. The cloaked figure that looks really stupid is actually just Daphne's dad. 24. Perfect circle cut out of the glass gag. 25. Weird ass eyeballs in the dark gag. 26. Moving eyeball in painting gag. This one I do like though. 27. There will never be a female president is one of Daphne's greatest fears. Man, we can really agree on that one, girl. 28. There's an awful Velma fights a robot spider sequence. 29. Carol, the villain, likes ramune, the Japanese drink. Also, she's 26, and her being 26 allows this movie to get in the "if I wouldn't have gotten away with it too, it weren't for you meddling kids" line. 30. Quote, they're okay, I guess. That's kind of flimsy evidence. And that's a Velma quote. Again, I love her flat delivery. 31. I knew I liked Aunt Piper for a reason. Her yogurt of choice is Noosa. Fuck yeah. Alright, that's that movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island from 2019. Now, as we all know, Zombie Island is one of the most iconic Scooby-Doo movies of all time. Most people laud it as their favorite. So then this movie came along, and it's not very good. The problem is that it's a nostalgia bait movie where they don't even really use the nostalgia. In fact, they actually just kind of shit on the nostalgia and say, nah, we don't need any of that. Let's ignore the original lore and just say fuck it. Now, in a way, I actually applaud them a little bit for doing something different and new with this, because it would be nearly impossible to live up to, well, the original. However, I don't think it works because, like I said, they just kind of ignore all of the lore. They basically prove that the zombies and the cat people are not real and they never were real. It could work if they just were like, we're gonna do a different mystery and like have it make it seem like it was the original real stuff. But no, we're gonna actually just have everyone be like, no, yeah, that was probably not real at all. I think the most interesting part of this movie is the fact that Daphne, Fred, and Velma all agree to not talk about mystery solving in front of Shaggy and Scooby. I think that that's pretty fun. It leads to some funny scenarios. It ultimately does get dropped a little bit sooner than I would like it to, but the idea is that there's a movie director that tricks them into coming here because he wants to make a movie and use them as actors when they don't know that they're actors, which is illegal, by the way. And then real other stuff starts happening, real, because there's just other people also trying to get treasure or something. I don't know, it's kind of lame. Also, the animation style is ultimately a letdown because the original is very, very beautiful and this one is just kind of generic. Anyway, now for the list. 1. The intro credit sequence is really good. It reminds me of Mystery Incorporated. 2. There's a mystery machine helping capture monsters montage that I like. It has some cameo monsters like the Creeper, Snow Ghost, and Space Kook, and the monster designs are just kind of good in it. 3. The mystery machine has its own designated parking spot at the malt shop. 4. So apparently Mystery Inc. closed down because the sheriff told them to stop solving mysteries, and then Fred sells the mystery machine? Oh, that's sad. 5. There's an Elvira cameo. We'll see she gets a bigger role in a later movie. 6. I appreciate the attention to detail on making things look like the original movie. The ferry, the house, the kitchen, all of them look pretty much like the original, so I appreciate it. 7. I like how awkward Fred, Daphne, and Velma Velma are together when they don't have a mystery to solve. They admit to being bad at small talk, and it's a funny joke, but ultimately, I feel like it doesn't land super well purely because the Scooby Gang are supposed to be good friends. 8. Fred has a beef with some plain white van. He will later destroy it. 9. Moonscar becomes Moonstar. 10. They make fun of the info dump scene where they explain the original movie to new viewers by having Shaggy and Scooby continuously interject with quotes like, "I know, we were there." I like it, it's funny. 11. I'm pretty sure they animate new flashback moments to show off the original movie. This makes me wish they just did that for the whole movie because they copy the art style, so it would have been nice to see them do that for the whole thing. 12. They have actors that are younger, more attractive versions of the original movie's characters. I also like that the blonde one, yes ands Shaggy. 13. Trigger warning, Shaggy's nipples are visible multiple times in this movie. 14. Quote, or as I called it in my blog, Zombie Island. And that's from Velma. 15. Quote, as you know, the only thing studios care about these days are franchises. And that's from the director guy, 2019. 16. Wait, there's a reluctant werewolf reference in this movie? It's included in Velma's blog section, The Unsolved Capers, and it's weird seeing a red shirt Shaggy movie be canonized. 17. Velma has a suit up sequence. 18. Scooby is both scared of and affectionate toward the cats in this movie. As we all know, Scooby hates cats and should instead be angry at them. 19. There's a Fast and Furious reference. 20. I love the zombie designs for the Scooby Gang. They're very well done. Anyway, that's this movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf from 1988. Okay, this is our first red shirt Shaggy appearance, and that's pretty special. It is pretty low on the list though, so that's not special. So this is one of those movies where I like certain moments in it, but overall I end up just thinking that it's pretty boring. It's mostly kind of just, what if we made Wacky Races the Show into a Scooby-Doo movie, wherein Shaggy turns into a werewolf and races other monsters. But yeah, like the same scenario basically just keeps happening over and over again, and it's not that interesting. It's pretty uneventful. Ultimately, I'll also say that this is kind of just a Shaggy movie. Scooby doesn't really do very much. Also, Shaggy has a girlfriend. Her name is Googie, and I think it's weird that her name rhymes with Scooby. As for the monsters, Dracula is kind of the only notable one to me. I think he's pretty fun. The Hunch Bunch is really annoying. I don't like them. Vanapyra is okay. I think that's Dracula's girlfriend. And then the rest of them are pretty forgettable. Also, Scrappy is here, and he basically counts as a monster. Anyway, time for the list! 1. This is a rare red shirt Shaggy appearance, one of the few we'll be seeing. 2. Shaggy is a racer for some reason, like a car racer, like that's his job. Also, I don't remember fully, but obviously the gang is not here, and I don't think in this one they exist. 3. Dracula can't have a race without a werewolf because obviously that's how it works. No, the lore makes total sense here. 4. An ancient book is capable of predicting the future. It says that a new werewolf can be created every 500 years. It also says that Shaggy is the one guy that can be turned into a werewolf. 5. Quote, dig the puss on that chick. And that's a quote from Shaggy. 1988. 6. Second place race winner gets a trip to Hawaii. They show pictures from real life Hawaii in this. It's very funny. 7. Vanapyra's color commentary is just calling out the color she sees. I think that's fun. 8. Genghis Kong? Okay. Anyway, that's it. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo in Arabian Nights from 1994. So let's be honest, this one kind of barely counts as a Scooby-Doo movie. And what I mean by that is it's kind of technically an anthology film with a Scooby-Doo and Shaggy wraparound segment that includes two stories that involve Yogi and Boo Boo Bear and also Magilla Gorilla.
We got a gorilla for sale. Magilla Gorilla for sale.
And unfortunately for me, the worst segments of this movie are the Scooby-Doo and Shaggy segments. I just don't think they're that interesting or that good. Basically, they get hired as royal food testers, which basically just means they're tasting food to make sure it's not poisoned. But instead, they end up eating all the food, so they get in trouble. They run away from royalty and bodyguards and shit. They end up in a harem. Shaggy pretends to be a girl, and the royalty guy wants to betroth him, so he distracts the guy by telling him stories. As for the two stories, I think they're pretty good. The Yogi and Boo Boo one is pretty good. In this one, they are genies. It's kind of a reverse Aladdin, where instead of Aladdin, the guy being not royalty, it's role swapped, where the girl is the not royal one, and she makes a wish to be royalty so she can marry him or whatever. And it's a whole thing, but I really like Yogi and Boo Boo in it. And then the Magilla Gorilla story is very fun. It follows Magilla as he basically gets tricked into working for this short little pirate captain. Basically, it's a whole hijinks thing where the short pirate keeps getting hurt while they steal these treasure artifacts and whatever. So yeah, now it's time for the list. 1. The art style is so good and very cute. I absolutely adore how it makes Shaggy and Scooby look. However, some of the designs do feel a little racist, so I don't love that. 2, I got Gibby Norton War flashbacks because Eddie Deason voices Caliph, and that makes a second Scooby-Doo character of his that I hate. 3, Shaggy and Scooby enter a harem. 4, the bad guy in the Genie segment says, "A great mystery," in a very, very fun way that sticks in my head. 5, the Lord of the Emerald is a fun design. 6, quote, "I'm smarter than the average genie," Yogi Bear, 1994. 7, I'm a little shocked they actually name drop Allah in a Scooby-Doo movie. There's nothing wrong with that, but I do find it funny. 8, the short pirate captain is voiced by 90s cartoon king Charlie Adler. He's the voice of Cow and Chicken, Ickis from Our Real Monsters, and the Big Heads from Rocko's Modern Life, and more. Also, when I did some research, I saw that he posted a TikTok dedicated to furries from a convention, and that's honestly awesome. 9, there's an incredible Magilla Gorilla and short pirate interaction that goes thusly. "No smooch, Magilla," after we get the toothbrush, dejectedly, the pirate. 10, I fucking love this lavish, rich Cyclops. Also, why does he let tourists in to see his toothbrush? This is my favorite obscure Scooby-Doo character in a long time. I fucking love this guy. 11, the Cyclops has tickets to see Cats the Musical. 12, the Cyclops has a bellhop with 3 eyes. 13, Magilla Gorilla is self-aware and references that he's in a cartoon. 14, the movie ends with Scooby and Shaggy being theoretically stuck as royal storytellers. That's all. Time for the next one. Fit check. All right, and now we have Lego Scooby-Doo Blowout Beach Bash from 2017. So I was pretty nervous about this one after Haunted Hollywood, but I did like this one quite a bit more than that one. I don't really by any means think that this is a great Scooby-Doo movie, but I do think that it is a decent or fine Scooby-Doo movie. I like the idea behind this one. It's a little more complicated. They're at a beach. There's like pirate stuff going on, which, you know, is fine. It's whatever. But kind of the more fun aspect of this is that Velma and Fred have to find a way to prove to the gang that they are fun, which I think is just a really silly and funny thing to do because, yeah, they're not the fun ones of the group. That is absolutely Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby. Once again, one, I don't really find the monsters in this one to be all that interesting. I think that it's cool that they glow at least. That's kind of a fun little detail. The characters, I don't really have any gripes with them, especially not like I did with Fred from Lego Hollywood. And also the side characters are more fun in this one too, I think. They just feel a little bit more developed. And then ultimately the mystery kind of part of this movie is a little bit lacking, but I do think that the actual reveal aspect ends up being kind of fun, so there's that. But anyway, it's time for the list. 1. I think the opening Beach Bash song is fun and catchy. 2. Shaggy calls Velma and Fred a couple of squares. I fucking love this. 3. Quote, "We are not obsessed with mysteries. Fred." 2017. 4. Lots of iconic voice actors here. Jeff Bennett is back. He plays Johnny Bravo and Kowalski from Penguins of Madagascar. Tom Kenny is here. He's also in quite a few of these. Jack McBrayer, who played Fix-It Felix. Kate Higgins, aka Tails from the video games. Josh Keaton, who played a young Hercules and Linus from Charlie Brown. Fred Tatasciore, who plays Master Shifu and Shao Kahn in the animated Mortal Kombat movies. Kevin Michael Richardson, who plays Cleveland Brown and Goro in the live action and animated movies. And Hynden Walsh, who plays Starfire and Princess Bubblegum. Like, what the fuck? So many good voice actors here. 5. The explosion effects are weirdly good. Maybe weird juxtaposed to the Lego surroundings, but I'm still impressed. 6. Fred and Velma's quote-unquote fun shirts are admittedly fun. 7. Why did Fred/Velma feel the need to change Coolsville to Cool Town in order to appear cool? The word cool is already in the title. 8. They make a dance called the Jinky, and I hate it. I also don't love the song. 9. The gang swaps hair pieces, and it looks funny, but in a good way. 10. The water effects look weird and kinda blurry. In contrast with all of the Lego stuff, it's especially jarring. 11. Shaggy and Scooby almost get Final Destinationed, especially the third movie, if you know, you know. 12. The initial villain reveal is the most obvious option, but the full set of reveals is actually really fun. Having multiple people play the same set of pirates separately is interesting, and there's actually 6 bad guys in this one. 13. Tom Kenny gets to be a bad guy. 14. The cops are dirty cops. Yeah. ACAB, motherfuckers. 15, quote, "So you're saying I didn't do any of the crimes this weekend? Weird. I would have put my money on me." And that's from Monkfish. He's the capitalist, and it's just a good line. Anyway, that's this movie. All right, and this may be surprising, but now we have Aloha Scooby-Doo from 2005. Now, there are a lot of reasons why this movie is as low as it is. This is a movie that I really liked as a child, but even my nostalgia-tinted glasses couldn't help it that much. Ultimately, when I write these reviews and take notes, I start it with a joke. This is my joke. So, moral of the story, the native people are the bad guys and gentrification is good? That's pretty much the plot summary of this movie. Now, obviously, I can't fully comment on how good and or bad the representation is in this film. However, I feel pretty confident in saying that it can't be good, but ultimately, like, the story is, like I said, that gentrification ends up being kind of a good thing, and that the Hawaiians, the native Hawaiians, as seen as bad for trying to stop gentrification. It's fucking weird. Also, most of the native Hawaiians are played by white people, and when they're not, it's actors who aren't really Hawaiian, like Mario Lopez. Also, the actual, like, setting and representation of Hawaii itself is pretty stereotypical and a little underwhelming in that, like, they could have done a much better job. I think the most memorable part of this movie is the monster. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's why people like this movie, because granted, it is a really good design, but the rest of the movie is kind of slow, kind of boring. Not a lot really happens, honestly, so there isn't much for me to comment on. I like most of the characters. They're just kind of fine. I don't have any issues with them. I like Little Jim and the Mayor. Those are some fun characters in this movie. And ultimately, it kind of feels like the writers didn't know what to do with this movie, because characters and decisions just kind of switch on a dime in an unrealistic way. The way that I want to describe it is that they wanted to do a Hawaiian movie, but also a surfing movie, and didn't know how to make that work. So they just kind of ended up with whatever this is. But now for the list. 1. Why is Mario Lopez the main secondary character? 2. Adam West, the very first Batman and other roles, plays a scammer that sells fake charms. 3. Tom Kenny is back, but he plays a native Hawaiian man. 4. The mayor is Hillary Clinton. Also, quote, people love politicians who love doggies. And that's from the mayor. Yeah, she isn't actually Hillary Clinton, but she really looks and gives off the vibes. 5. Daphne lore update. She's very good at surfing and always carries dental floss with her. 6. The pacing is kind of really bad. 7. Fred's middle name is Herman. 8. I don't know why, but the quote, dental floss, don't leave home without it line from Daphne stuck itself way deep down into my brain as a kid. And this is the most memorable part of the movie to me, and I think that's telling. 9. For a few scenes, the tiny tikis become 3D models instead of drawn animation. It's very weird, and this is the other part of the movie that I remember as a kid. I don't really know why. 10. The Scooby Gang should not know who Snooki is or what she looks like, and vice versa. That just doesn't track with me. Maybe Daphne would? That should be all. 11. Shaggy commits 2 separate acts of cultural appropriation in this film, each time of a different culture. 12. Sorry, but how is this the 4th annual surf contest? The major plot point is the argument that only mainlanders should be allowed in the contest, making it seem as if this is a long-standing tradition. But no, this means it's only been a tradition for 3 years before this. This also makes the surf contest and champion title of Kahuna mean very little in the context that was given by the film. This is upsetting to me. 13. Oh, by the way, the Wiki Tiki can somehow fire actual lava balls out of his mouth. 14. The entirety of this film's music is generic and stereotypical. The only possible exception is the end credit song. 15. There's a side plot where Daphne is working on designs for swimwear. She takes pictures in the beginning to use for the designs. We meet the guy that she is working for. Practically nothing comes of this plot. We never see the designs, and at the end of the film, we are told that they were accepted. Daphne is given a scam charm as payment, and that's literally all. Next movie. Alright, now we have Scooby-Doo and the Gourmet Ghost from 2018. I think this is actually the first of the movies that I watched when I started the whole rewatch and watch new all 50 movies, so this one I probably have the least amount of notes on, but let's talk about it still. So this one actually just kind of bored me a little, and I didn't really super enjoy the plot. Basically, Bobby Flay is Fred's uncle, which doesn't make any sense, but okay. And there's a reality cooking show that gets haunted for some reason. I think there's some play on Fred and Bobby Flay's ancestor, maybe. I also didn't really like the comedy in this one. There's a lot of jokes that don't work for me, and I don't think really any of the running jokes worked for me. Like, there are ones that they keep throughout the entire movie. I don't think I ever liked them once. Also, this like celebrity crossover doesn't really work for me, because at least when they do like WWE, those are people that are inherently performers. Bobby Flay isn't a performer, he's a chef. And yes, he has cooking shows, but he's a chef first. And when he does voice acting, it's not good. And there are several other people that also do a fairly bad job. I'm not going to blame them too hard because they're not voice actors, but like, that's why you get get voice actors. Also, the monster is just kind of uninspiring in this one. It's just some red ghost. Not a terrible design, but it's a Scooby-Doo ghost design, so we've basically seen it before, you know? Anyway, my list for this movie is 3 things. All right, here we go. 1, Nacho Flay, aka Bobby's cat, is really cool. I quite like Nacho and I think he's neat. 2, Daphne and Velma have a conversation, which is played for a joke, where Daphne suggests Velma get LASIK surgery, and I thought that was incredible. 3, Mother Flipping Gazpacho from Chowder dresses up as Elton John and scats. Need I say more? Yeah, that's all I have. Next movie. All right, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword from 2009. So this is another one of those movies that was pretty big for me as a child, and unfortunately going back to it, it doesn't hold up as much as I would have liked it to. I don't think it's like terrible. There are some parts that are terrible. I think there are definitely fun ideas here. The Daphne and the gang go to Tokyo because Daphne's a really good martial artist, apparently. There's a competition. Basically, there's the Black Samurai, the ghost of the Black Samurai is trying to get a sword, and the sword will unlock the real true potential of the Black Samurai, and so the gang tries to stop it from happening. They fail, and then Scooby and Shaggy become samurai themselves, basically, and stop the Black Samurai. I also think this is the first Joe Sitka Scooby-Doo movie in this ranking. Joe Sitka has done a lot of these movies, and I'll try and mention it whenever he does. I like most of the characters in this movie, but once again, I can't really imagine this is like the best representation. Ultimately, like I said, the main thing that works for me is the story and plot. I think it's fun. I like the progression of it. I guess it's time for the list. Yo, they have Scooby Snacks vending machines in Japan. And not to be a white boy or anything, but I would kill to own one of those in real life. Not the vending machine, just a box of the Scooby Snacks. Also, interesting distinction that I'm going to make here is that some of these movies have Scooby Snacks spelled S-N-A-X, and some of them are C-K-S. I don't know, this is one that does it with an X, but I'm not gonna distinguish it every time. 2, the movie attempts to do a modern tech versus old tradition thing in this movie, and it doesn't really work. The theming just kind of gets abandoned at a point. 3, Daphne lore update. She is a very skilled martial artist, enough so to be recognized by the world's most prestigious tournament. 4, I don't like Mad Dog, the dog man martial artist. 5, Daphne's opening spar session is actually sick. It's animated very well. 6, Shaggy and Scooby as boulder-sized sumo wrestlers is disturbing. 7, God damn it, Scooby-Doo, learn the fuck how to not portray indigenous people in a racist way. This movie has Pacific Islanders in it, and they literally talk Ooga Booga caveman speak. It's fucking abhorrent. 8, quote, dang, I still don't have a catchphrase. And that's from Fred, but actually that's not true at all. His looks like we have another mystery on our hands and let's split up are both catchphrases. They're just different types of catchphrases, Fred. You are special. 9, quote, ninja robots, double cool. Sorry, I geeked out there for a second. Fred, 2009. 10, I do like the music a fair bit in this movie. I also quite like the cave chase sequence. 11, the sushi chef / samurai guy and the green dragon are fun characters. Sorry, my brain shut down reading that. 12, oh shit, the evil sensei lady has whip swords like Takeda from Mortal Kombat X. And I guess 1. 13, I love how Shaggy and Scooby sit on each other's shoulders totem pole style for the final fight. 14, I approve of Scooby getting a statue, but it's a little weird that Shaggy receives 0 recognition. He also helped fight the Black Samurai and defeat him. Anyway, next movie. Alright, and now we have another sword-based Scooby-Doo movie with Scooby-Doo, the Sword and the Scoob from 2021. Alright, so this one's pretty decent. I like this one a fair amount. I think it is still kind of in the more average territory, but we're starting to get into movies that I genuinely have a pretty fun time with. However, I need to talk about a couple of things. This is kind of a good showcase for two of the main gripes that I have with modern Scooby-Doo. The first one is that they tend to lean into comedy a little bit too much, which ultimately means they end up lacking in like heart or character development or character arcs and stuff like that. Now, it does typically offer us some very good lines, but ultimately it does feel a little lacking as a movie as a whole at the end of the day. Also, Modern Velma is just written terribly. I fucking really hate how they just flanderized her character and turned her into a character that I end up not liking a lot of the time in these movies. The problem with her in these movies, they make it so her only point of character interest is that she's smart and she only believes in science. By that, I also mean she refuses to acknowledge that other things could be real, which is not how actual scientists work. But also the problem with this is that it kind of brings down the movie a little, because the entire time you just have Velma kind of like ringing in your ear going, it's not real. This is all fucking stupid because it's not real. And that's not to say that not real monsters are bad, but it's a fucking Scooby-Doo movie. Let me just fucking get embraced by this instead of having you constantly reminding me. Also, it often ends up being her acting as a dick towards the other Scooby Gang members. She treats them like they're stupid. I just don't like it because she's not a good friend in a lot of these and ends up just being an asshole. But this movie, I think, is pretty fun. Basically, the gang gets sent back in time to King Arthur times. There's a witch, maybe a sorceress, maybe, I don't know. I like the villain. I like them getting sent back in time. There's some funny moments. Let's get to that list. 1. Okay, the movie opens with a guy watching Thundar the Barbarian in universe, and it's an incredible reference to a basically He-Man type of show. Surely, though, this won't be plot relevant and it's just some Easter egg. 2. Quote, that's Cowardice 101, Scoob, from Shaggy. 3. The intro and masking stops a plane crash, lol. 4. Scooby lore update. His ancestry comes from Denmark, apparently. It's just wordplay on Great Dane. 5. Shaggy lore update. His ancestry comes from a town called Norville over Morgania, which was the site of ancient Camelot, supposedly. This means Shaggy is a descendant from a Sir Norville, and also this means that Shaggy is referred to as Norval in this one. 6. Shaggy lore update 2. His father's name is Sir, like Sir Rogers, supposedly anyway. 7. Daphne lore update. She believes the universe is a simulation. 8. Shaggy calls out fish and chips by saying that they are fries because he's an American. 9. Quote, Jones men don't need maps. Fred, 2021. 10. Daphne does a really awkward but funny dance to get the party started. 11. Morgan's design is fun. It's over Morgania, but I think the villain's name is just Morgan. 12. Holy Easter eggs, Batman. The gang gets sent back in time with clips from past media, which include Happy Halloween, the movie, Moon Monster Madness movie, the Be Cool Scooby-Doo TV show, some media with Scrappy in it, the Where Are You Scooby-Doo TV show, Captain Caveman TV show, Where's My Mummy the movie, Mystery Incorporated TV show, a pup named Scooby-Doo TV show, and a couple that I couldn't identify. That's a lot. 13. Velma likes Thundar the Barbarian because of his abs. So, in this universe, Thundar is not a cartoon but live action. 14, quote, I'd have brought my good ascot, Fred, upon learning he got sent back to medieval times. 15, Velma calls King Arthur an authoritarian dictator, which is hilarious. Also, I always knew, but it's nice to have confirmation that the gang would hate Trump. Oh, and then Daphne says that Arthur's like Fred's dad. 16, the gang is not from Coolsville, but instead Crystal Cove in this one. 17, had this been a real time travel movie, Shaggy would have paradoxically been the inventor of the hoagie. 18, Merlin is a crazy old coot. He is also probably the real magician from legend, as the end of the movie suggests, and he is played by Nick Frost from Shaun of the Dead. 19, quote, a non-man doing sporty man things from King Arthur. 20, Daphne defeats Lancelot and everyone else because she's skilled at like everything. 21, the Black Knight gets an upgrade. Well, it's actually not the Black Knight, but it's a Black Knight, and his flaming skull head is really cool. 22, we get a Barney from the Flintstones reference from Merlin. 23, Mystery Machine horse-drawn carriage. 24, Fred, Master of Traps Jones, helps the gang get through the castle. 25, King Arthur's shirt rips off so we can ogle his animated abs. Oh, wait a minute, I'd recognize those abs anywhere. Those are Thundar's abs. Yeah, the Thundar actor also is playing King Arthur in this weird fake time travel thing scenario mystery. 26, quote, do you know how many creepy evil people we've met that do weird things just for a piece of land? And that's from Shaggy, who doesn't want to own real estate. 27, okay, now we get a Citizen Kane reference. Sure. Anyway, that's this movie. Fit check. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Mask of the Blue Falcon from 2012. Alright, ultimately I found this movie pretty average, but you know, it has its fun moments and I like some of the character little bits in it. So basically in this one, Shaggy and Scooby end up going to a comic convention along with the rest of the gang, and Blue Falcon is there, but it's Blue Falcon as an actor. So again, it's kind of a Thundar thing from the last one where it's a show within the show or within the movie. And at this point, the actor who plays Blue Falcon is older now, and they are making a reboot movie, and he has not been invited. He's not really able to wear the costume, and also his old show is kind of getting like ignored and forgotten and taken off the air and whatever. Then Mr. Hyde from the Blue Falcon show is the villain. He shows up and he starts attacking people in ways that he did in the show, and Scooby and Shaggy have to do a bunch of stuff. It's a pretty decent one. I think it's really cute the way that Scooby and Shaggy have to defend the Blue Falcon actor, because Velma and the others really think that he's the one behind it all. And again, this is one of those where Velma is just kind of a bad friend. Basically, she shits on Shaggy and Scooby for liking the comic convention because it's sci-fi and fantasy stuff. Like, Velma, what the fuck? Dude, these are supposed to be your friends. Why are you being like, you're stupid for liking sci-fi? It's like, huh? I like the other characters. I like the designs. The plot is kind of generic ultimately, but I think it's a fun idea. And yeah, kind of a more average one, but let's get to the list. 1, this movie has way too many references to actually mention, but some of the few that I actually did note down were Adam Ant, Frankenstein Jr., Magilla Gorilla, Yogi Bear, Wonder Woman, Kung Fooey, and also some guys cosplaying as Speed Buggy, and I think that's really funny. 2, intro credits have even more references with Scooby monsters such as the Creeper, Zombie, Black Knight, Ghost Clown, Redbeard, Space Kook, Miner 49er, and then there are some others that I don't actually think are from Scooby-Doo, and maybe not from other media in general, but I'm not sure about that. 3, the intro credits have other references to other shows with Space Ghost, Mighty Miter, Xandor, and other Herculoids. 4, the gang gets an award for capturing a villain. The villain is a fun Minotaur design. This is a thing we'll see in a lot of these movies also, is there's usually they open with the gang unmasking a character right at the start as if they're going from mystery to mystery. 5. Blue Falcon's show is a show in universe, and Scooby and Shaggy watch it on the way to knock off Comic-Con. 6. Daphne lore update. She is a fiend for Littlest Fuzzies, which, I don't know, some plush collectible Labubu's kind of, actually. 7. So the quote-unquote actor for Blue Falcon is named Owen Garrison. The real-life voice actor was named Gary Owens. This movie came out 3 years before Gary's passing. He suffered from type 1 diabetes since he was 8, and it seems like he may have had health complications in his last years. Ultimately, this kind of felt like a love letter to Gary, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they make the character based off of Gary the hero that deserves to be recognized. The plot point where no one goes to his booth for signings made me cry because I knew what all of this was, and I knew who Gary Owens was, and so seeing this kind of like a thing where people in real life have forgotten Blue Falcon for the most part, just kind of, it made me sad and I cried, and rest in peace, Gary Owens. And I imagine this was kind of special for Frank Welker too, because he voiced Dynama alongside Gary. 8. Mr. Hyde has bats that destroy property. At one point, Shaggy and Scooby hide from them in a fake cave, and it reminded me of Where Are You? 9. Hyde also has a horrific hound beast that is actually pretty scary. It might be my favorite enemy design in this movie. 10. Weird Scooby character cameo with Bram from Music of the Vampire and Wolfric from Big Top in here. 11. Quote, hold on a second, Frederick Jones from Shaggy. 12. Quote, I own over 17 turtlenecks of the exact same color, so I definitely know a pattern when I see one. Velma, 2012. 13. Frankenstein Jr. balloon ride. It's a parade float sized balloon. 14. Shaggy and Scooby get gooed. 15. Mystery Inc. gets fired by the mayor despite him never actually hiring them. 16. Fred, Daphne, and Velma dress as the Herculoids in order to sneak into the convention after getting banned. 17. The giant Mr. Hyde is genuinely really fun. I love this portion of the movie. He becomes a mini Godzilla type of monster in this. 18. There's something really wholesome about seeing an old Blue Falcon because the actor is old. He gets to put on the suit at the end. 19. Quote, it's just that I was courting this wonderful woman, from Hank, who is Austin's uncle. He's just some guy in the movie. Also, is that a Wonder Woman reference? 20. General shout out to Shaggy and Scooby in this one. They're very cute and passionate. I love seeing them defending the OG Blue Falcon. 21. Scooby gets cast as the OG Mutt in the movie inside the movie, and it's a sequel to the first movie that's in the movie. But anyway, this makes sense because Frank Welker voices both. 22. It feels like this movie, of all movies, was somehow the largest inspiration for Scoob, which is weird. Anyway, that's all for this movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King from 2008. I think this is one that's going to upset some people because a lot of people seem to really love this one and put it up near their top. I liked it. I think it's very fun, but ultimately I didn't find it that enjoyable. I just kind of felt like it was a pretty middle of the road Scooby-Doo movie. Ultimately, this kind of just ends up being a Shaggy and Scooby-Doo movie with side characters. The rest of the Scooby gang is here, barely. Also, Velma is hardly a thing in this movie. It's kind of weird how little she has to do with anything. Basically, Shaggy and Scooby bully some magician and then they start a Halloween apocalypse. I don't know, it's kind of fun, I guess. And this is a real monsters, real supernatural Scooby-Doo movie, so that's a fun little addition maybe. I like a good amount of the characters. I don't like all of them, but I like a decent amount of them. I like the villain. There's some fun music moments. I think there are 3 songs in this one, so that's pretty good. This is a pretty decent Halloween movie, but ultimately, I don't know, it's just not my favorite, and I'm sorry. But let's go to the list. 1. This one takes place in Coolsville. Specifically, there's a Halloween carnival happening there. 2. There's a skeleton train. I don't need to elaborate. 3. During the second song and dance number, there are several references to past monsters from Scooby-Doo. 4. Grey Griffin, I'll say. She plays Daphne, but in this movie, Daphne dresses as a black cat for Halloween, and then later on, Gray also voices a witch who transforms from a black cat. It's a good little connection there. 5, it's not lost on me that Fred, Velma, and Daphne are turned into the same monsters from the different monster cutouts they stood in at the carnival. It's a nice touch. 6, this is the movie where Shaggy becomes Daphne and Scooby becomes Velma. They take potions in order to have this happen to them, but also it's later shown that they're just costumes. So that's kind of weird. Either way, the goblins hit on them and I think it's funny. 7, the mystery machine is turned into the monstrous machine and it's kind of sick. 8, quote, now that is something you just do not do to a guy's van. Fred, 2008. 9, the monstrous machine runs through and destroys a stand at the carnival that's full of scrappy plushies. I've never been more jealous of a van in my life. All right, next movie. All right, and here we are at Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster from 2004. This is another Joe Sitka movie, so there's that for you. Also, I do appreciate in my bones that this is a Scooby movie that covers a real-life monster or cryptid. So basically in this one, Daphne has a cousin named Shannon, who is also voiced by Gray DeLise, and Gray has to do a Scottish accent because they go to Scotland, motherfuckers. I don't remember why specifically. I think they just get invited and they're holding a tournament or some sort of Scottish game festival. Also, I like the characters in this movie. The Scooby Gang is kind of just generic, but the rest of the characters are pretty fun. I like Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. She's interesting because she is a 3D model most of the time, but it kind of works for me. Also, this is Del Chillman's first movie. Del is one of the few recurring Scooby-Doo characters. There frankly aren't many, so he's kind of special in that regard. We will see him later, but this is his first appearance. Anyway, let's get to the list. 1, the opening attack on Shannon's boat is a great opener. It reminds me of Jaws and the less is more approach. 2, Daphne lore update. The Blake family goes way back. Blake Castle is in Scotland and is the ancient home of Daphne's ancestors. 3, bonus Daphne lore update. Apparently, the Blakes have a long-standing history of, quote, falling through trapdoors, finding secret passageways, and getting caught in booby traps. Yeah, that checks out. The Blakes are known for being danger-prone. The gang reacts to this information in a funny way. 4, for once Velma actually kinda sorta believes in a monster. Maybe not necessarily this version of Nessie, but just in general, you know? 5, Fred gets distracted while driving, drives off a small cliff and into the loch. 6, Del Chillman drives the Loch Ness Monster machine. I love that. 7, as soon as Professor Pembroke was introduced, I knew she was going to be the culprit. I was right. Again, it's just a sense you get. 8, Scooby and Shaggy reject food in a rare turn of events. It's a joke about haggis being disgusting, but like, come on, they would still fucking love that shit. They would eat that for sure. 9, the first chase scene is a great one with Shaggy and Scooby. I love when a whole tower of the castle collapses and no one is upset about it. 10, Shaggy speaks in scared, broken sentences and Shannon goes, quote, and I thought we Scottish spoke funny. 11, Scooby has a magical taxi summoning ability. There is no other way to describe what happened here or how this happened. He's magic somehow. 12, quote, she's nearly as old as meself and twice as leaky. Some old guy with a lazy eye. 2004. 13, Fred is concerned about Shaggy taking the van and driving it. To be fair, Shaggy does then drive it with his feet, and then Scooby later drives it beautifully. 14, the boat engine quite literally explodes. 15, quote, I have a feeling we're not in Coolsville anymore. And that's from Shaggy, so Coolsville is mentioned. 16, so Mindy Cohn, the voice of Velma, also voices a sheep very briefly, and I believe that that sheep is Satan's spawn. 17, Scooby uses his nail to cut out a rice cake size hole in the fog, which he then eats. Again, Scooby is so much more powerful than we know. 18. So Pembroke built and operated a fake Nessie so that she could get her rival to look at her real photos of Nessie? That's weird logic, but okay. Also, it works. 19. The movie basically confirms that Nessie is real. 20. Velma says that maybe some mysteries are better left unsolved because she likes the mystery of Nessie. This is the type of Velma I like. This is how Velma should be characterized. But anyway, next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Shaggy's Showdown from 2017. So this one felt like a mediocre one, but not because it was just mediocre. A good portion of this was pretty damn good, and a good portion was pretty damn bad, so it averages out to being pretty mediocre. I really like the design of the villain Dapper Jack, specifically his like cowboy skeleton glowing face part of design version. And I like when this movie kind of leans into the Western genre type of vibes. I think that it works pretty well, and I like seeing the Scooby Gang in this setting. So this is one where Velma is absolutely insufferable. I think that this might be one of my least favorite versions of Velma. She's just annoying the entire time. I don't like it when Velma is annoying. I like it when she's good and fun. Also, the mystery and the culprits it's just kind of lame because there's basically no lead up to it. It just kind of happens and is a thing. So again, I really like certain parts of this movie and really didn't like some of it. So that's why it kind of averages out. But it's time for the list. 1. I'm loving the Green Lantern reminiscent guns that Dapper Jack have. 2. The intro credit sequence is really good. 3. Quote, those are all words you can pronounce, Scooby. And that's from Daphne, because they're words that start with R. 4. Velma has a horse allergy, and I can tell it will be annoying. Update. It was. 5. A chipper Midwest type blonde couple, a staple of the Scooby-Doo franchise. 6. Buddy G showed up, and that's when I knew I wasn't going to like the side characters in this movie. Now, it's not all of them, because I do like some of them, but yeah. Also, apparently Daphne is a huge fan of this 12-year-old. 7. I hate that the blonde mom called out her own daughter for being unattractive, with the implication being that it's because she's pale and goth. Like, ma'am, that's a fucking 14-year-old girl. Don't call her unattractive. Don't degrade your own daughter like that. That's fucked up. 8. Shaggy is called Norval several times in this one. 9. Quote, did anyone else picture Scooby-Doo as the dog? And that's Fred talking about Dapper Jack's dog Atlas. 10. Velma nearly commits assault over the choice of a font. 11. Fred has a wonderful geek moment over different nets. He later traps himself in one of his own nets. 12. Quote, I tried to take a piece of bacon, but he bit me. And that's Fred talking about Shaggy. 13. Whoa! Fred mentioned Camp Little Moose from the movie Camp Scare. Awesome reference. 14. Scooby is genuinely really sweet in this movie, and I love it. I like when the gang are portrayed as actual good people / dog. Now, of course, that's everyone except for Velma in this one. 15. Fred uses a car jack on a horse to put a horseshoe on. 16. I guess Scooby-Doo can speak horse. Interesting. 17. Fred gets the short stick most of this movie, which is funny, and even sprains his ankle, which they pretty much immediately forget about. 18. I didn't care for the Buddy G song / performance. Call me a hater. I dare you. 19. Shaggy talks about not being able to grow a full beard. Anyway, next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and Kiss Rock and Roll Mystery from 2015. So, weirdly enough, this is one of those real supernatural movies. Also, this is kind of more just a movie about Kiss than it is Scooby-Doo, and that's fine, but I do wish that the Scooby portion felt a little more evenly balanced with the Kiss portion. Honestly, this one has some incredible animation, some incredible scenes. I like the Crimson Witch, my bad. But But yeah, I like the Crimson Witch. Kiss is fine. Obviously, the music is going to be good because it's Kiss. The gang ends up going through an interdimensional portal to chase the Crimson Witch. And that's not a joke. That's a thing that really happens in this movie. One of the things I really liked in this one is that Fred and Daphne bicker constantly because they keep getting jealous. One thing that I didn't like from that, though, is that Daphne gets paired with Starchild frequently, and the two even kiss, which is weird because Starchild is like 63 and Daphne is a teenager. I didn't really like that. Also, admittedly, the Crimson Witch is hot. That's a bonus. Also, I'm pretty sure that this is Mindy Cohn's last time playing Velma. I believe that after this movie, she had to step away because of breast cancer in order to beat that fucker's ass. But ultimately, the thing that makes me sad is that Warner Bros. Never asked her to return to come back as Velma again, and I don't understand it. I think that's just kind of fucking stupid. But genuinely though, because this is her last appearance in terms of chronological order as Velma, I really want to thank her because she is an incredible Velma. She's just really good and she's a major part of my childhood. So thank you, Mindy Cohn. I really appreciate it. Now for the list. 1. Fred doesn't like Kiss. His favorite band is, quote, the Ascot 5. 2. Fred mentions previous theme park hauntings they've solved. He brings up Foul Play in Funland from Where Are You, which is the episode with Charlie the Robot. He also brings up the Roller Ghoster from Roller Ghoster Ride, which is the episode from What's New Scooby-Doo. Lastly, he mentions beating the, quote, monster of Our Lady of Mercy's parking lot, and as far as I know, that's not a real thing that we've seen before, but if it is, please let me know. 3. Scooby and Shaggy eat a churro, Lady in the Tramp style, and then they kiss, not the band, on the lips. 4. Starchild calls Fred Frank, which could just be a name that the writers chose because it's similar to Fred, but I'm choosing to believe that it's because Fred's voice actor is Frank Welker. 5. The psychic Chikara is played by Jennifer Carpenter, who people may know from Dexter, but to me it's more important that she plays Sonya in the animated Mortal Kombat movies. Also, I fucking love her in this movie. She's very good. Chikara might be my favorite character simply because the voice acting is so fun and over the top. I think she's the best one in the movie. 6, quote, plus they've got a talking dog which is kind of wild. Spaceman from 2015. I love this quote because it's one of the few times when Scooby's speech is acknowledged as abnormal. Most movies don't do that. And that's all. So next movie, Fit Check. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers from 1987. So this one is a lot. There's a lot happening in this one, like so many different things going on all at once. So much so to the point where I think it's too much. It's in the title, the Boo Brothers are here, but frankly, they don't even feel that special. Like they're just another part of this movie. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, what I will say is that I think that this one just feels a little aimless. It has good nostalgic vibes, but I don't think it like super duper holds up. I think that it also relies a little bit too much on slapstick humor. One of the quote unquote slapstick funny themes of this one is that Shaggy gets like sexually harassed by some lady and it's supposed to be funny, but watching it now I'm just like, oh, that's not funny at all. Now, ultimately, this is a Red Shirt Shaggy movie, and it features the trio of Scooby, Scrappy, and Shaggy. And frankly, I think it's actually pretty okay. Normally, I take the chance to shit on Scrappy whenever I can. But Scrappy is actually not that bad in these movies, and I think the Scooby and Shaggy interactions here are pretty fine. As for the Boo Brothers, I think that they're fine. Again, they're mainly occasionally slapstick, which, you know, would have worked for a younger me and is still sometimes works. When that's all that it is, I'm not as compelled by it. And ultimately, the Boo Brothers are just a parody of the Three Musketeers. And basically, the plot is that Shaggy inherits this mansion place from his, I don't know if it's an uncle or a cousin, I didn't quite catch it to be honest, and there's a hidden treasure there that they can look for. There's some caretaker there also looking for the treasure. You know, various hijinks go on. Most people are trying to thwart Scooby or Shaggy more realistically in some way. It ends up being, like I said, very chaotic. There's a lot going on, but it's a pretty fun, enjoyable one, especially for the nostalgic vibes. So now, time for the list. 1. The intro is confusing and doesn't actually make plot sense. 2. Trio of skeletons dancing reminds me of spooky, scary skeletons, so I'm a fan. 3. A rare red shirt Shaggy appearance. 4. Shaggy inherits a southern plantation. Oh. 5. A circus train derailed, so now there's an ape on the loose, and the ape kind of reminds me of the Ape Man from Where Are You? 6. Shaggy's pants dance one time, and for some reason, it really reminded me of I Spy Spooky Mansion, and also kind of the whole movie reminds me of that, in a good way. 7. The 3 Sabooges brothers appear, and I hate the nyuk 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 laugh of the skinny one. 8. There's a fun dance scene. The ghost party later on is similarly fun and memorable. 9. There is an incredible frame of Scooby realizing the ape is behind him. I just love this singular particular frame. 10. The music is good in this movie and has some nice recurring motifs that I like a lot. 11. I like when the sheriff gets hit by the trees on 3 separate occasions. 12. I don't like watching Scooby flirtily pet Shaggy. It's just uncomfortable. 13. Some plot hole inconsistencies. Shaggy drops the clue in the mausoleum hole, but then has it later anyway. And also, the sheriff's cop car has one of its lights shot out earlier in the movie, and then it's just back to normal later on. 14. There's an absurdly long sequence where Shaggy talks about how there isn't anyone behind him as Billy Bob and Sadie Mae fight over him. I'm not kidding though. This is like very, very long. 15. The ghost colonel calls the gang boobs, Megan style. 16. Turns out the treasure was hidden by a very obvious lever on the fireplace. Farquaad is pretty dumb. That's not his actual name, but that's what I called him. He's the housekeeper or whatever. 17. So the culprit is the sheriff, but it's unnecessarily the twin brother of the sheriff whom we've never met before, so the twist doesn't actually work. 18. I love the detail of Scooby and Scrappy using dog bowls at the dining table instead of a normal bowl like Shaggy. 19. Shaggy has the jewels go into a trust fund for orphans because of the Boo Brothers. And that's it for this movie. Alright, and now we have Big Top Scooby-Doo from 2012. So this is the Scooby movie that gives us human Scooby. That alone probably knocked it down a little bit. No, this one's pretty fine. I think that what really stands out to me is the action sequences. Big Top Scooby-Doo is surprisingly a werewolf movie. I think that pretty much all of the gang has their fun little moments in this one. They each have little moments that stick out. One of the things that bothers me is that this is one of the movies that has a Shaggy is mean to Scooby-Doo temporarily moment, and I just don't like that. I mean, the plot, it's just kind of there. They go to a circus. Fred is a big circus fan, and then werewolves show up. I think they're after an amulet or something. There's a cast of side characters that are kind of fun. The gang becomes circus performers. Then the movie ends with a train sequence. Anyway, list time. 1. The opening sequence is giving the cat creature episode from Where Are You? And by Where Are You, I mean season 3. 2, quote, was that your mom? That one cop, and it's a your mama joke. 3, apparently in a past mystery, the gang went head to head with the Lincoln Memorial as it came to life. I really want to see that now. What the fuck? 4, great joke where Fred talks about breaking many bones doing trapeze, but later reveals it was other people's bones, not his own. 5, even the circus owner is tired of Fred being enthusiastic about the circus. 6, there's a clown actor played by Jeff Dunham. Okay. 7, quote, and I thought my accent was thick. The circus owner talking about Scooby's quote-unquote accent. 8, Shaggy is accidentally sexist and everyone judges him for it. It's actually pretty funny. 9, Fred keeps his ascot even in circus uniform and, quote, you are a strange fellow, but I admire your neckwear, from the circus owner. 10, Daphne lore update. She used to do a motorcycle routine as a child. What? 11, so there's a scene where Velma gets her clothes blown off in a cannon. I found that weird. 12, Clown Daphne is genuinely fantastic. 13, for once, Scooby acknowledges himself being a dog. This usually doesn't happen. 14, Dream Scooby is frightening. Human Scooby? That's way worse. 15, weird Scooby Snacks box. It's a new design. I don't know. I just noticed it and said, oh, that's weird. 16, whoa, the werewolves were actually baboons, like trained and shit. That's awesome and terrifying. 17, quote, did he just call me a hippie? Shaggy, 2012. 18, I can't believe we get a Scooby-Doo train chase / action sequence. It just really fits somehow. 19, I guess Shaggy likes heavy metal music? That's all. Next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Stage Fright from 2013. Once again, we have another pretty average movie, but with some fun moments mixed in. The general plot is that it's a Phantom of the Opera kind of inspired story with a phantom, but Fred and Daphne are a singing duo where they're in a TV show like skill contest type of thing, kind of Britain's or America's Got Talent style. And then the Phantom keeps disrupting things and causing issues, and contestants are dropping out, and then Daphne and Fred get to sing a little song. I think the Phantom's design is fine. I don't particularly love it, but it's like not bad. I will say the interesting part about this movie is that there are 5 separate phantoms. They're all the same Phantom, the character, but 5 different instances of people playing the Phantom independent from one another. It's this weird bit where they keep uncovering a new one. It's interesting because it's unique, but I don't know if it like works super well for all of them, you know? There is an original Phantom from back in the day that gets unmasked first. His name is Steve Trilby. The second Phantom is Lance Damon, who is Chrissy's father, trying to make his daughter win. The third is Mel Richmond, who's trying to get insurance money from the building. Fourth is Dewey Ottoman, who's a clean freak, trying to steal a diamond from a neighboring museum. And the fifth and final one is Brick Pimiento, the TV host, who's doing it for ratings. Also, all of the contestants are fun in some way. Not all of them get showcased very well, but they are at least kind of interesting. And this is definitely a Fred and Daphne centric movie, and I quite like their interactions here, and I think it's kind of cute. So now it's time for the list. 1, I hate that Chrissy sings a song about her man because she's like 8. At least in my head, that's how old she is. 2, Fred and Daphne's song is actually really pretty. They play it twice, so it's a little weird that they do that, but it's still fun. 3, at some point, Velma consoles Daphne about her feelings for Fred, and Velma has to act shocked that Daphne likes him. 4, Steve Trilby is so funny to me because he just thinks he's ugly. He lives in the sewers with a funhouse mirror, so he thinks he's hideous and puts on the mask to hide. 5, Steve attacked the place back in the day because he didn't like disco music. 6, I love when the great Paul Dini gets left hanging from the ceiling like SpongeBob in the SpongeBob movie. 7, I love how scary Lotta is with her long talon-like nails. 8, Waldo the ventriloquist is a small person who sits in his puppet's lap. 9, Daphne and Fred sing a new song to win a tiebreaker against Emma, and in this performance we get a canonical Daphne and Fred kiss on the lips. 10. Daphne and Fred are winning by quite a bit, but realize Emma needs the win more, so they self-sabotage by telling really bad jokes. Emma is like a little girl from a farm, and she's a violinist. 11. Steve becomes the new host of the talent show after Brick Pimiento gets arrested. 12. Daphne and Fred do not enter a relationship because they are too scared to talk about the kiss and both think it might have been just for the performance. 13. The Great Paul Dini is played by John O'Hurley, known for hosting Family Feud. This is before Steve Harvey, and he's the host that I primarily grew up on. 14. Waldo is played by Travis Willingham, who most people know from Critical Role. 18. Pimiento and the Phantom are played by Wayne Brady, known for Whose Line Is It Anyway, or some of those episodes in Dropout. 16. Fred sleeps with a net, not sexually, but just in case he needs one. Next movie. Alright, and now we have straight out of nowhere, Scooby-Doo meets Courage the Cowardly Dog from 2021. So this movie is special because it combines two of my favorite cartoons from when I was a kid, and I think that's neat. Now, ultimately, I will say that this is kind of more of a Courage the Cowardly Dog movie than it is Scooby-Doo, but frankly, I'm okay with that because I still love Courage the Cowardly Dog. But ultimately, I am left a little disappointed because, it's definitely a good, serviceable movie, but I am a little bit let down, and I wish it was a little bit better. There are many great Easter eggs in here if you're a fan of Courage, so if you've been missing Courage the Cowardly Dog, I think this is fun, and I think all of the characters are just as great as they usually are. Eustace and Muriel and Courage, they're all really good. It feels like they never went away. I will say the main monster is kind of disappointing because it's just a big bug. That does absolutely fit Courage, but I don't know, I just wish it was a little more, special. I want something a little bigger, a little grander from these two. One thing that did upset me a little bit about this is that they kind of used this movie to explain why Nowhere, the place where Courage the Cowardly Dog takes place, is weird, but I don't want an explanation. I just want it to be weird because it's weird. You know what I'm saying? Don't take that away from me. Just let it be ambiguous and weird for no reason. Also, unfortunately, this is the first movie that I watched, so I don't actually have a list for you, but I will have a one little extra thing that I thought. One of my pet peeves is that they didn't know how much talking to have Courage do. They have him talk a little bit too often in this movie, and yes, Courage does talk, but he shouldn't be talking that frequently. He has lines here and there, but when he's talking too much, it just doesn't quite feel enough like Courage. Anyway, I thought this movie's fun. If you're a fan of both franchises, absolutely watch it, but it's time for the next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo in WWE Curse of the Speed Demon from 2016. I always really thought that the WrestleMania WWE crossover movie was very fun, so I'm glad that they went back to do a sequel. It is technically a sequel because they acknowledge that movie, but I'm just glad they did it again, with more WWE. So this one's a little weird because it has nothing to do with wrestling. It's actually racing. Again, kind of in the line of wacky races. So WWE is holding a race thing for some reason. All of the riders are put in pairs. There's this demon driver of some sort that comes and attacks them. Yeah, the plot, there's not much I need to explain. Scooby and Shaggy get roped into it. I don't know, it's fun. I really like the racing portions. I think the action is fun. Lots of good stuff here. There are a lot of characters in this one, so I'm probably not going to talk about all of them, but I do like all of them. I really want to shout out The Undertaker because he's really fun in this movie and definitely the standout. I just think he's really cute and sweet, which is not a thing you may have expected me to say about The Undertaker. I like Shaggy and Scooby getting to fangirl over all of this. Also, Daphne and Velma have a cute little moment. Also, the villain Inferno has a fun design. So let's get to the list. 1. I like the opening credits. They aren't really credits though because it just lists off the Scooby Gang as their characters. 2. Pierogies got mentioned and they are one of my favorite foods. 3. The first racetrack is shaped like a W. 4. The Undertaker lifts a whole tank-sized vehicle. 5. Fred wants to become a gearhead. 6. Gold and Stardust are surprised by a talking dog. 7. The Undertaker recognizes Scooby and Shaggy as the ones who defeated the Ghost Bear from WrestleMania, and then calls them Skinny Man and Dead Meat, which were their names in that movie as well. Later on, the Miz will reference being attacked by a monster on a midnight jog, this being the Ghost Bear when he was attacked in the beginning of WrestleMania. 8. Daphne and Stephanie McMahon connect over being Nepo babies. 9. El Torito rides Scooby-Doo. 10. Dusty can be hard to understand, but also he passed away before this movie even came out, so rest in peace, Dusty Rhodes. 11. Scared and happy equals scrappy, according to Scooby. That's dangerously close to referencing a certain do. 12. Me next, I need attention. The Miz. 13. The Undertaker lights puppets. I wonder if he's into a certain mystery map. 14. Daphne calls Velma her best friend. 15. Daphne lore update. This movie confirms that she is at least a millionaire. 16. Shaggy and Scooby say, I think I could be misinterpreting, that they've never driven before? That's a lie. 17. Because Shaggy and Scooby ate all the pretzels shaped like Dead Man's Curve, they know how to drive it. 18. It's very cute how excited Shaggy and Scooby get over the Undertaker. I also like their friendship with him a lot. 19. Stephanie and Triple H are Inferno. This doesn't make much sense honestly, but okay. Turns out the true meaning of this movie is that nepotism always wins. 20. Quote, thank you, Scooby-Doo, from The Undertaker, 2016. 21. McMahon was sneaking off to practice singing the national anthem of the United States. And that's all for that movie. Fit check! Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery from 2014. This is one that I just fondly remember from childhood. I think it's just great. Like I said in the last one, I think it's a really good idea to combine WWE and Scooby-Doo. It just makes sense for some reason. What's interesting about this movie is that I think the final act and the opening are pretty good. I think it's just kind of the middle part of this movie that remains very lackluster and kind of boring at times. So it could have been great, but instead it just rests in the good category. In this one, Shaggy and Scooby win a video game contest thing where they get to go to WrestleMania World or whatever it's called. And when they get there, well, guess what? There's a ghost bear and they gotta solve the mystery. There's a fun plot. I really like the mystery behind this one, and I like the culprit and the reasoning for it, and I like the characters. I think, strangely, John Cena is probably the least good performance in this one, and I assume that's just because it's kind of his foray into acting and he's not quite good at it yet. Anyway, time for the list. 1. Incredible intro song and animation. 2. When the gang isn't interested in going to WWE City, Shaggy and Scooby say that they deserve it for how many times they've played the bait. Ain't that the truth? 3. Grandpa Dinkley has a, quote, mysterious odor problem. 4. Quote, what's the big deal? We all wear the same outfits every single day anyway. And that's from Shaggy in response to Daphne complaining about them not packing the luggage because they brought food instead. 5. Both Daphne and Shaggy/Scooby have fantasies about John Cena. 6. John Cena lifts the mystery machine. 7. John Cena texts Daphne to thank her personally for all her cheering. 8. Daphne gave John Cena her scarf size. Ugh. 9. Fred sleeps on the couch while Shaggy and Scooby each get their own bed. 10. Scooby has a weird dream sequence. I didn't really like it. 11. Quote, time to call yo mama, some guy. 12. Apparently they fought an actual bear back in ye olden WWE times. 13. Scooby was dance hypnotized into stealing the championship belt. 14. Scooby and Shaggy have to beat Kane in order to not go to jail. 15. Creepy guy from the woods straight up tries to kill the gang. 16. John Cena gets his intro music. 17. Scooby and Shaggy ride John Cena like a raft. It's kind of like Hasselhoff in the SpongeBob movie. 18. Some spectator has a sign that says, quote, is that a bear? 19. Velma loves WWE by the end of this movie, and I think that's fun. 20. Scooby-Doo wins the championship belt. And that's all for that movie. Alright, be prepared to call me lazy because now we have Scooby-Doo Curse of the Lake Monster from 2010. This is the sequel to the TV live action movie, and most people hate this one. I, however, actually quite enjoyed it a surprising amount. I think what helps is that this one actually feels original and not super boring, unlike the first one. Also, I forgot to mention it in the first one, but Velma is played by lesbian icon Hayley Kiyoko, so I needed to let that be known. One of the things that some people don't tend to like is that Shaggy and Velma and Fred and Daphne have very outright romantic explorations, which is a weird thing to say in this movie. I didn't really hate it. I like the idea of Shaggy and Velma liking each other. I don't think that they should be a couple, but I like them exploring it and realizing that it ultimately doesn't work. And then as for Daphne and Fred, I mean, it just makes sense to me, especially in a live action movie. For some reason, it just feels like that really checks out. And like I said in the last one, the actors improve a ton in this movie. I had my little gripes with them here and there in the last one, but here they've genuinely improved a lot, and I feel like they're just better at portraying the characters. So I appreciate that. As for the mystery, they are working at some country club type of place for some reason, and there are frog people, which are CGI of course, but I think they're fine personally. They're not visually stunning, but they're kind of fun at least. And then the twist is kind of interesting because it turns out that Velma got hypnotized or something and she's behind it, and it's pretty obvious, but I do like it. We'll see this with later movies, but weirdly, if one of the gang is to be a villain, it's going to end up being Velma. Don't know why, but apparently that's just how it is. Now for the list. 1. Quote, "There's a 6 a.m." Shaggy Rogers, 2010. 2. When Shaggy is fantasizing, he imagines himself taking Velma's surname. Shaggy Dinkley, honestly, is pretty cute. 3. Shaggy is seen reading a Batman comic. 4. A store window display has 2 mannequins sporting the classic Fred and Daphne outfits, and then Fred and Daphne wear them to hide from the Frogman. This is just a fun fourth wall break. Plus, it lets Fred get to have blonde hair for once in these movies, and he admits himself that he looks good with it. 5. Fred goes shirtless for the final act. I could say more about this, but I don't feel I need to. 6. We get an iconic hallway scene, and if you don't know what that means, get out. No, I'm just kidding. It's when the monster chases them through a hallway, and there's a bunch of doors basically, and they're coming in and out of doors in ways that don't make sense. That's what I mean when I say hallway scene. 7, there's a Bugs Bunny and maybe Daffy golf club, an Acme dog food ad in a magazine, and Scooby uses Acme paint. 8, at the end, Daphne's uncle sets the gang up with a meeting with his attorney to, quote, discuss incorporating. And then Daphne says, quote, we can be Mystery Incorporated. That's right, this movie came out half a year after Mystery Incorporated first aired, so of course we're gonna do that. 9, we get another song and montage scene to end. This time we get the banger of a song, I Can Be Scared With You. Genuinely, look this up on YouTube. It's pretty good. The only weird thing to point out about this is that they used some OG monsters for the montage, and for some reason, they picked one of the racist ones. That, of course, being the Witch Doctor. Anyway, next movie. Alright, and now we have Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo from 2020. I kind of noted this movie as being a little significant because Velma learns how to be a more decent character after her more modern bad characteristics. Of course, this doesn't stick, but I like it for that. So the villains are jack-o'-lanterns, and I think they're really fun. And also, this movie surprised me quite a bit. I wasn't expecting too much out of it. There are some fun cameos in this one. But overall, it's just a good vibe-based one. I think it's a pretty entertaining watch overall. Also, this movie kind of has Mad Max vibes because it basically ends up with the gang just driving down a highway for a strong portion of this movie. Basically, the jack-o'-lanterns destroy a town and they have to get away. There's a parade going on. Elvira is here. Fun stuff. The main disappointment is that the villain is pretty lame and that no one really cares about the culprit. But anyway, time for the list. 1. Elvira and Bill Nye are fucking characters in this one. Not just cameos, characters. 2. Really creative and fun intro credit sequence. 3. So the opening villain is a Scarecrow and the person behind the mask is the Scarecrow from Batman. I wasn't expecting this to have a DC mix-up, but it was fun. 4. The mystery of this movie begins in Crystal Cove. 5. Quote, meddling young adults from the Scarecrow. 6. There's some sick dark synthetic music for a minute that I love. 7. Quote, since we got a pup named Scooby-Doo from Velma. Stop. You're hurting me. 8. Bill Nye gifts the gang a futuristic Mystery Machine X. Fred is expectedly upset. He likes the OG, and so do I. 9. I love Daphne's energy in this one. She's singing, playing backup, and just having fun. 10. There's a very brief Frankenstein Jr. reference. 11. Velma refers to Daphne as Fred's love. It's actually the van though. 12. Daphne calls Fred by his full name, Frederick Herman Jones. 13. Scooby snacks are actually called out as dog treats, which, yes, is the assumption, but usually never explicitly said because Shaggy and other people eat them too. 14. Elvira and Daphne swap outfits. It's really fun. 15. Jeepers, it's the Creepers from Daphne. They've done this exact bit before in a movie before this one, but I'll let it slide. 16. Oh, so this is where the shirtless Fred thirst trap fan cam edit came from. You know, the one on the official Scooby-Doo TikTok page. Also, Daphne watches and eats popcorn. Understandable. 17. Velma finally admits that she doesn't appreciate Shaggy and Scooby as much as she should. No shit, girl. In this modern era, you fucking basically hate them. 18. Velma says that Scooby snacks, quote, aren't that bad. 19. We enter Velma's mind palace in this movie, and it's actually pretty cool to see how her brain works. 20. Plot twist, Elvira's hair isn't real. It's not a wig, it's a macaque monkey. Okay. Next movie. All right, and now we have Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo from 2022. That's right, it's another Halloween-centric one. And this one has canonical gay Velma. I'm not joking. It's finally time we get canon gay Velma. Now, ultimately, I think that this movie is very memorable, and I think that it's memorable largely in part for gay Velma. Despite it being one of the more memorable movies, I do think there are some things that really bring it down. Okay, so my main issue with this movie, and the reason why I don't actually personally like this one as much as I wish I did, is because they try really hard to be funny haha, and I don't like it. The way that I can explain this is that they do this running gag where there's this cat and it does an ugly face and like an ugly scream, and to me it's the equivalent of the screaming goats from Thor Love and Thunder. That's what this movie is to me. Basically, the story is that they reference pretty much all of the past villains and stuff and suggest that there has been a mastermind behind it all, and that mastermind ends up being the gay love interest of Velma, and she is a costume maker. I don't know, she gets locked up in jail and then a real mystery shows up. They take the mastermind out from jail to help with the case. Pretty fun plot. I like it. It's just the funnies that I don't like in this one. Also, I don't really like the villain designs in this one. They're basically doppelgangers. They're called the Misery Company. Yeah, they're just not for me. So it's time for the list. 1. The Mystery Machine's license plate says groovy. It will later become gloomy when the van gets a new look. 2. Scooby says out loud that he hates cats. 3. The gang is referred to as Mystery Inc. in this one. 4. All the villain suits were made from the same material, and they show us which villains, including Space Kook, Redbeard, Ghost Clown, Black Knight, Charlie the Robot, Miner 49er, Captain Cutler, and the Phantom, not to be confused with the Green Ghosts. Now, did you notice the outlier? Did you? That's right. It's Charlie the Robot, because Charlie the Robot was an actual robot that just so happened to go awry. 5. Coco Diablo, the gay love interest, is animated in a way where you know they wanted her to be sexy. If you watch this movie, you'll know exactly what I mean. Like, the first thing I noticed was the way they animated her boobs. I'm not joking. When I saw her, I was like, oh, 6. Trevor is an interesting character. I like his voice, but not much else. 7. We get a 10,000 volt ghost reference. 8. Very cute intro credit song that's based on the Where Are You theme but made sad because there are no more villains. 9. Shaggy and Scooby have a very disturbing dream sequence that involves them dressing as each other and then weird vor stuff. 10. We are officially in Coolsville, where apparently the elementary school is right next to the penitentiary. 11. Fred uses a wishing well to wish for a creepy caper. 12. Quote, I didn't know convicted felons were your type. Daphne to Velma. 13. Wait, hold on. They genuinely have Velma admit that she has a crush on a woman. I don't think people understand how crazy it is that this is a canon event in like a Scooby-Doo movie. 14. Quote, Fred needs a new ascot. Fred himself. 15. There's a genuine he's right behind me, isn't he moment with Coco. 16. Quote, I'm gonna live forever. Fred, 2022. 17. Coco calls Velma the cute one of the group. 18. I like how long they commit to the bit of having the mystery machine be blow apart and in shambles. 19. Daphne restocks the new mystery machine with Scooby snacks, glasses for Velma, ascots for Fred, and multiples of her own outfit. 20. Quote, I always knew I was the complete package. Fred. 21. Quote, yeah, this whole franchise is named after me. Scooby-Doo, 2022. 22. The Scooby Gang gets to dress up as the OG villains. This leads to Shaggy using hypnotism as the ghost clown, which is a good reference to the ghost clown, and Daphne does the space kook laugh. These little moments, they gave me joy. 23. Velma does get to say the famous glasses line, but it's wrong. She says, quote, I can't find my glasses. If you're gonna do it, have her say I can't see without my glasses. What's wrong with you? 24. I do like that ultimately Shaggy and Scooby do the right thing and save their friends, but this is the most decent thing they do in the movie. 25. Big fan of Daphne discovering herself and saying that she should be the leader of Mystery Inc., only to have Fred say that she is the leader and always has been. Next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico from 2003. This is another childhood favorite of mine. I believe it came out like a year after What's New Scooby-Doo started airing, so it's right in that era where I really enjoy Scooby-Doo, and I like this one quite a bit. I think the Chupacabra is a great design, even if it doesn't really look like a Chupacabra. Also, I think the story's fun, the characters are good. Unlike Aloha Scooby-Doo, this one does not feel offensive. So I appreciate that. And like, to be fair, the like pace and plot is a little all over the place, but even when they divert somewhere else, it still remains fun. Like, they end up at some like pyramid, I think, and then there's some weird stuff going on, but it's always fun at the very least. The only other kind of issue I have is that this is kind of in the era where Scooby and Shaggy don't really care about stuff other than food or themselves, so it's a little disappointing because I like them to have a little more heart, but this is still pretty good, and it's time for the list. 1. The reason the gang ends up going to Mexico in the first place is because Fred has a pen pal who lives there. This once again strengthens my Fred is actually a nerd lore. 2. Velma is seen looking up laser eye surgery on her computer. 3. They do the You've Got Mail parody, but it starts with each of their catchphrases, i.e. Jeepers, you've got mail. 4. When the gang arrives, they act kind of classist toward the place where they'll be staying, but like, y'all are supposed to be hippies. Get your act together. 5. The hotel co-owner and also Alejo's wife, Sophia, is played by Maria Canals Barrera, aka Teresa Russo from the motherfucking Wizards of Waverly Place. 6. Luis Alejo's brother talks about Charlene, his fiance. He says, quote, you can see how I fell head over heels for her, as the camera shows that she has the fattest ass possible. Also, I can't tell if she's meant to look or sound like Dolly Parton, but even her name sounds like Jolene a little bit. 7. Charlene, a white woman, refers to a coffee custom and other things as Loco Costos, or Crazy Customs. You can do better, Luis. 8. Some of the background music is a reimagining of the Where Are You background music. I love hearing it. 9. Shaggy causes a car crash and also several counts of property damage. Granted, some of that was because the Mystery Machine's brakes were cut, but still. 10, there's a movie theater that's currently showing The Legend of the Vampire. 11, there's a racist eagle. Alejo even points out that it's racist, so I don't know what that's about. 12, I'm going to put Daphne has never seen a scorpion or picture of one before on my Daphne lore list. She encounters several and calls them spiders. 13, one might assume this is a movie where El Chupacabra is the main guy. That's not wrong, but there's also a large section of the movie that's just pyramids and sculptures coming to life. 14, some kid is wearing a Yogi Bear mask in the background. 15, imagine making a secret tracking device, but you put a massive red button on it that can be used to track the tracker. This is some Heinz Doofenshmirtz type shit. 16, Smiley, the white man and bad guy, says, quote, why can't everyone just learn to speak English? Keep in mind, he is saying this while actively in Mexico, a predominantly Spanish-speaking country. Yeah, sounds about right. Like it would be racist no matter where he was, but still. Also, I'm glad he's the bad guy. They make sure you know that's a bad thing, but like, fuck. 18, El Chupacabra hangs on a gravestone like King Kong. 19, wait, you're telling me that Charlene, the only other white person, aside from the Scooby Gang, is also the bad guy? Yes! Good! Anyway, next movie. Fit check. All right, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Vampire from 2003. So this is a Hex Girl movie, and unfortunately, I think it does not hold up very well. I still enjoy it, it's still a fun movie, but it does end up being just kind of okay. I love the Hex Girls, but it's not that interesting or compelling of a movie. And also, the main thing I like about it is the vampire. I think that his design is really good. Ultimately, a lot of this movie just kind of feels like filler, and that's upsetting to me. Basically, there's some concert out in the desert, and a vampire's attacking, and the Hex Girls are part of the concert. The Scooby Gang is there to help out, and there's a lot they could have done there. Like, I wish the Hex Girls did more. I wish the band or concert part of things was a little more involved. I wish that the Scooby Gang had to do more to become a band, but it's just kind of like, yeah, things happen. And honestly, that's all I have to say, so time for the list. 1. Damn, I love the vampire design so much. Absolutely iconic. I genuinely believe that these are some of my favorite monster designs in all of Scooby-Doo. 2. We get a new rendition of the classic Scooby-Doo bats flying into camera intro with a new rendition of the Where Are You theme song. 3. The Scooby Gang shipped the Mystery Machine to Australia. 4. Scooby and Shaggy play a video game where they are Scooby and Shaggy collecting Scooby snacks. Cyber Chase reference? 5. I like that the Yowie Yahoo name comes from the name of Australia's Bigfoot, the Yowie. It's fun. 6. Hex Girls. Fun fact, this is their second and last appearance in a Scooby-Doo movie, first being Witch's Ghost. They appear in 3 episodes of various other Scooby-Doo media, but this is the second and last movie they're in. 7. The band Wild Wind has really cool designs. Granted, it's essentially the same as the vampires, but still. 8. I really like the Getaway Yeah song. It's catchy. 9. They foreshadow Daphne's Miracle Cannonball. 10. Yowie Yahoo blows Fred's shirt off and he's left in a tank top. Shaggy ends up in Fred's shirt/ascot. This didn't need to happen. It barely lasts 30 seconds. I still appreciate it. 11. A boomerang is used to set off the trap. Can you tell we're in Australia? 12. Oh shit, it's a double unmasking, or rather, a fake out. It's revealed to be the band Two Skinny Dudes, which was actually the real Wild Wind band. I don't know, I liked it, it's fun. 13. I'm just now realizing that this music festival had a total of 2 bands perform, each on a separate day. First is the Hex Girls. They don't even get to finish their song, very disappointing. Next is the Meddling Kids, or the Scooby Gang. 14. Velma lore update. Velma is a really good singer. This is actually really funny because the voice actor for Velma is noticeably not the one who sings the song. It doesn't work very well, but it is funny. Anyway, next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy from 2006. Once again, another childhood favorite of mine that upon rewatch is kind of just average. Like, I think that it's still good, it's really fun and pretty iconic, but ultimately the plot is a little bit slow and nothing that special happens. The joke that I wrote for this one is Ron Perlman plays Elon Musk masquerading as Captain Skunkbeard. And I think that's funny, so I'm gonna include it in the video. I think that the villain plot is one of the most interesting in these movies, at least for this era, and I think that they're pretty cool because basically some guy just hypnotizes a bunch of people into being his crewmates in order to search for some treasure in the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know, I think that's really fun. But yeah, basically the gang is on a mystery cruise supposedly, and then the pirates show up. Bittersweet. I don't really remember why though. I think to get more crew members maybe, but also Fred's parents are here. It's a bittersweet thing, remembering the past. Some days are more bitter than sweet. Others are more sweet than bitter. Your favorite cartoon is on, and your smile is wide. It's a special day, tucked away from the world. You would do anything to lock it all in place. Eventually, the channel must change, and you will grow. Years later, you will go back to remember the feeling. It tastes like waffles in bed on a missed school morning. But it will never be the same as it once was. The taste has changed. Or maybe that's you. Not everything can hold up to the scrutiny of time. But there is one thing that never fades, even if memories eventually will. I won't ever stop loving. I won't ever stop feeling. And you thought this was about Scooby-Doo. It's kind of weird, bittersweet. This is the only time his parents appear in this specific form, and I really like these parents of Fred, and I wish that they were used a little bit more. I don't know, I think they're fun. Also, the last important thing to note for me is that the music is absolute bangers in this one. There are a few kind of more generic ones, but when you hear a pirate-themed instrumental start, you know you're preparing for a banger. And now it's time for the list. 1. Fred's mom, Peggy, calls Shaggy Norval, and it's the most mom thing you can imagine. 2. I can't place the accents of Skip and Peggy, Fred's parents, but they sound vaguely Minnesotan, and I think that's hilarious. 3. How the fuck does the rest of the gang not know how old Fred is? Didn't y'all go to school together or something? 4. We get some monster references as costumes, including the Ghost Clown, the Wolf Man, and the Ghost of Captain Cutler. And it seems to me like the alien design from Alien Invaders might have been the influence for the alien costume as well. It's not exact though, so I'm not sure. It could just be a generic alien. 5, quote, "It's the triangle, you fools. She wants her meteor back. Elon Musk, 2006. It's not actually Elon Musk, but I don't remember his name, and it doesn't matter because we're moving on to the next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and Batman, the Brave and the Bold from 2018. So this is a real fun one. This is the first time that one of these movies kind of fully merges with like DC for a little bit. And I think that the universes actually fit quite well together. It doesn't make the most sense, but I do think that it's fun and it allows for some just like funny and iconic moments throughout. I think that Daphne's actually a surprise standout in this one. I think that she feels like a really intelligent and important member of the group in this one, which doesn't always happen. A lot of times she ends up being kind of like the, well, skilled in like random stuff, but I don't know, in this one she's just kind of generally good. I also really like Batman. I think that he's a caring guy and that it's really cute when he shows that he cares about these people. It's cute. Batman is cute. Now, to be honest, I don't really remember what the exact plot of it is, but I know that Batman recruits the gang to help. They're also detectives, basically. There's like a unsolved case that he has that he's trying to figure out, and there's a ghost from his past haunting him. It's pretty fun. Now it's time for the list. 1. Fred traps Batman. 2. Batman recruits the mystery gang for some mystery solving. 3. Daphne lore update. She does word jumbles in between mysteries, specifically during travel. 4. Fred appears to have a crush on Black Canary. 5. Martian Manhunter keeps stealing Shaggy's food. 6. Plastic Man tricks Daphne into sitting on him, which is really fucking weird and gross, by pretending to be a chair. He also seems to be interested in her, so again, really fucking weird and gross. 7. The Crimson Cloak is a decent design, but I wish it felt more original. It reminds me of the Green Ghost from Where Are You? 8. Quote, hippie mystery solvers. I don't actually know who quoted that because I didn't write it down. 9. Argument about being a gang, but not a criminal gang, but still technically a gang. Really good fun sequence. 10. Batman really likes alliteration, apparently. 11. Lots of fun villain cameos in the Asylum and No Man's Land. Like, we got Joker, we got Poison Ivy, we got Harley Quinn. There's a lot of them and I like them. 12. Scooby drives the Mystery Machine. 13. Quote, is there room in this wacky race for the mountebank of Menace? Joker, 2018. Wait a fucking second. A wacky races reference in my Scooby-Doo? Yes. 14. The Mystery Machine gets destroyed and Daphne acts like that's a normal occurrence. 15. The detective calls out, quote, Norval Rogers, better known by his gang call sign, Shaggy. 16. Manhunter also steals Shaggy's catchphrase, Zoinks. Not cool, man. Not cool. 17. Black Canary hugs Fred. 18. Scooby saves Batman from a black hole. That's not really a joke. 19. Cute ending with finding out who Batman is. They don't, but they call him out for being a real good guy. Next movie! Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and Krypto 2 from 2023. And this is the last Scooby movie to have come out. We haven't had a Scooby movie since 2023. Also, this is kind of a better DCEU movie than the DCEU movies I've seen. The highlights for me in this movie come from Lex Luthor, Krypto, and Fred and Daphne. I think that all of them have very fun moments and are very funny at times. There's just a lot to like about them in this movie, and yeah, I appreciate it a whole bunch. Like, Lex Luthor is kind of a blundering idiot at times, and he ends up being the funniest character in the movie, which I wasn't expecting at all. It's also really nice to see an animated Krypto again after Krypto the Super Dog from Boomerang. That was a show I would watch on occasion, and I didn't realize how much I kind of missed that vibe. And then Fred and Daphne have a lot of banter, and it's great. I think ultimately the movie had a bit of a slower start, but it kind of ramped up. What happens is that one of the gang gets called to like wherever Lois Lane works. The Justice League has disappeared. They're trying to help figure out what goes wrong. They discover Krypto, and then there's a whole big plot happening. Lex Luthor's trying to buy the Justice League headquarters, and there's some really good fun action sequences. But now it's time for the list. 1. Fun opening credit sequence with solid music. The chase sequence later on is phenomenal and the music is also good. To be honest, none of the music really stands out, but it's not bad. 2. The return of Scooby Snacks with an X. 3. Fred has a celebrity crush on Harley Quinn. Okay. 4. I love the Creeper reference with Solomon Grundy. He really does look like the Creeper, but not green. 5. Apparently the Daily Planet went totally digital. 6. Jimmy introduces Daphne as his girlfriend. Fred is jealous, and we get great Daphne and Fred banter from this. Jimmy works at the Daily Bugle. They're the reason Daphne and the gang end up there. 7. Clever joke where Jimmy and Lois Lane don't recognize Velma without her glasses, because Clark Kent Superman. 8. Supposedly Daphne and Jimmy were bullied at camp when they were 9. Frankly, I can't really imagine Daphne getting bullied ever. 9. And now the Lex Luthor segment. 1. Lex was president of the United States at some point. 2. He has a Doberman dog named Rex Luthor. 3. Fred doesn't remember Lex's presidency. 4. Lex's presidency was short-lived. 5. Lex lost the popular vote for presidency. Is that a diss on Trump in a Scooby-Doo movie? Nice. 6. Lex has his own dollar bill from being president. 7. Lex acknowledges Scooby and Shaggy's low-key super speed. 8. Quote, Velma called me president, no takesies backsies. from Lex. And 9, Lex has seen Superman the musical. Anyway, back to normal list. 10, there's a Starro statue thing in the trophy room. 11, the Phantom appears and the gang says their catchphrases. Zoinks, Jeepers, Jinkies, and Rutrow, followed by Fred going, run. 12, quote, Shaggy, are we strays? From Scooby. And Shaggy responds, yep. 13, quote, is red hair your thing? I've been thinking about dyeing my hair. Fred. 14, yo, they acknowledged that they know Batman, like from the other movie, the one I just talked about. 15, Shaggy introduces himself as Norval and Scooby as Scoobert when playing tour guides. 16, quote, happy birthday, second Robin, is in Batman's tool belt supplies. 17, Fred kisses Daphne on the cheek. 18, I love seeing my girls Velma and Daphne hyping each other up. 20, Solomon Grundy just wanted to pet doggos after all. 21, Velma knows that Clark Kent is Superman, but then Clark does the glasses thing. You know the thing. Quote, my glasses. I can't see a thing without my glasses. He says that. Clark Kent does. Next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Curse of the 13th Ghost from 2019. Now this is surprisingly high up on my list, and I say surprising because it's a sequel to a legendary iconic show, The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. And normally, as we've seen with Return to Zombie Island, they kind of flub it. This one, I don't think they flub it. I think it actually ends up being a really entertaining movie. So it still has the really annoying Velma thing where she refuses to even consider the supernatural, which again, is not how scientists would actually work, mind you. They can be skeptical, but they wouldn't be like, oh please, it doesn't fucking exist. Like, no, come on. The movie opens and the gang gets a culprit wrong, so the sheriff tells them to basically shut it down, and then Fred sells the mystery machine. Again, they're doing a garage sale, and one guy picks up a crystal orb, and it's Vincent Van Gogh's telephone line, basically. Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby are all like, oh my god, and they are remembered of this. And then there's a whole thing where apparently Vincent is encountering the 13th ghost, Asmodeus, and so the gang has to try and help him out with that, find the box, and prevent Asmodeus from getting the box. And all of this is happening while Fred and Velma have to pick up on the fact that these three know everything that's happening, and that's why I love this movie. One thing that I really like about movies is when they kind of flip things on its head. I think that's why I like some of the supernatural ones more, is because it's actually a flip on the script from stuff that we see frequently. So this one I like because it really puts Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby in the seat of the ones that know what's going on, know what to do, know where to go next, and then Fred and Velma, the ones who normally know what to do and know what to do next, are kind of like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? So I really like it. I think it's fun. I really like Vincent Van Gogh. Flim Flam returns. There's a lot of good shit in this one. The main complaint that I think people would have is that it kind of denies the whole 13 Ghosts TV show as being real and supernatural. But what I like about this is that whereas Return to Zombie Island was kind of like on Velma's side, this one, Velma is clearly an outlier and the movie is clearly against her. So I like that about it because it allows it for things to actually be supernatural, but never in so much that Velma has to have her faith questioned. So I think it works because it doesn't deconfirm any of the actual original stuff. And also, to be fair, I was not a big fan of the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. I just never really watched it. I had seen episodes here and there, so I'm not a huge fan. I probably would be, but I just hadn't seen it. So I can't really critique this from that standpoint like I can Zombie Island. Anyway, time for the list. 1. The gang is wrong about the culprit for once, and this gets Mystery Inc. shut down. Kind of. They choose to do it, I guess. 2. The Scooby Gang members are almost 18, and that's a quote. This is important later. 3. Fred sells the mystery machine. 4. Mystery Inc. garage sale has a bunch of references, including costume pieces for The Black Knight, the Wolfman from Gaggle of Galloping Ghosts episode, Space Kook, the Witch Doctor, specifically the decoy for a Dognapper version, and I think that's fun. 5. I love how everyone but Fred and Velma react to the crystal ball, aka the messaging device of Vincent van Gogh. 6. Quote, ugh, how did I ever think this was practical? Daphne referring to her old outfit from 13 Ghosts. She has multiple, but specifically the one that looks like it's like from a Thundar show. 7. Yes, red van time. I love that Fred can't drive it because it's a stick shift. I also love how in awe of it he is. 8. Quote, sister, the reason we're always on edge is that we've seen and fought 12 of the real thing. Shaggy to Velma. 9. Scooby and Shaggy learned how to haggle from Flim Flam. 10. We get a classic moving eyeballs painting. 11. The mice get subtitles. 12. The design for Asmodeus is fine. I don't love it though. I think it's just kind of fine and mediocre. 13. Scooby pretends to be a flight attendant. Shaggy will do this later in the movie. 14. And now Vincent van Gogh-isms that make me smile. A. Whenever he tells a pun, a scary sound effect plays. I like it a lot. B. A small running bit is that he'll get hurt off screen and he'll exclaim something like, ow, my hip, or ow, my tailbone. It's very funny. I like Vincent a lot here. 15. Quote, I still have the check he bounced, Fred. And this is the guy that purchased the mystery machine from him. His check bounced. 16. I'd recognize that yellow anywhere. My boy Flim Flam is back, baby. He looks to be the same age as the gang, which doesn't make sense because remember, they're almost 18 and ultimately Flim Flam was like much younger than them originally. So it doesn't make sense, but I forgive it because I still like Flim Flam now as he is. 17. Norval Rogers' name seen on postal log. 18. The wild avalanche scenes made me realize how good this movie is at being a cartoon. I don't know how to explain it. The animations, the jokes, the different scenes really feel extra cartoony in this one in a very fun way. 19. Great chase scene with a great Scooby Station song. 20. Quote, I'm having wizard's block, Vincent. 21. Fred went to cheerleading camp. This fits him. 22. Daphne has a line delivery where she says, what is going on? That is just so good. 23. I like the green flame evil car. 24. Quote, Shaggy, I've never seen you wear a shirt that isn't red. And that's from Flim Flam with an amazing meta reference joke. 25. This whole interaction. Quote, well, I guess the gang's all here, Fred. Quote, except for Scrappy from Flim Flam. Quote, what's a Scrappy? From Velma. I fucking love that Fred and Velma do not know who Scrappy is. 26. Quote, was nobody gonna pick up a phone? Flim Flam, 2019. 27. Asmodeus, ghost, is Vincent's ancestor. 28. Asmodeus, villain, is Vincent's presumed dead friend Mortifer. 29. The one cooler Flim Flam sold was to Shaggy, and I find that really sweet actually. Friendship wins. 30. I love that Velma tells Daphne about Fred confusing the parking brake for the clutch. Girls support girls. 31. Lots of luck, joy juice. Next movie. Fit check. All right, and now we have Chill Out Scooby-Doo from 2007. This is just a very solid Scooby-Doo movie. I think that it's very fun and I like it a lot. I'm also just a really big fan of anything snow related, so I'm gonna really appreciate this one because it's snow related, but I think that it's fun. Del Chillman returns and I like him even more this time around, so we got some good stuff here. Also, we have the abominable snowman, which I'm going to call the Yeti from now on. And I just think he's a great design. Very fun stuff. One of my favorite villains to see in a movie just because I love that shit. One of the things I like about this movie is that the gang is surprisingly split up in this one. And it honestly creates for some like fun new scenarios because we usually see the same stuff frequently. But having the gang be split up in different ways and having different characters be introduced to these little groups is very fun, and it just makes the movie a little more unique. I also think the mystery is pretty decent. I think it's fairly obvious that like the professor is bad and who's behind the Yeti, but I like the characters quite a bit too. I don't know, I think that this is probably more of a generic one, but I put it higher because I have a snow bias and you can't stop me. And now it's time for the list. 1. Alfred Molina is the bad guy professor. I will never be upset with an Alfred Molina casting. 2. Fred is excited about his new cell phones, and we're still in the flip phone era. 3. Instead of going to Paris, Shaggy and Scooby get scammed/tricked into going to the Himalayas by Alphonse, who's using them as bait to hunt the Yeti. It's very convoluted, but I love it. 4. The legendary James Hong is here as the High Llama. 5. Minga has a crush on the weatherman/DJ. Earlier it seems like they don't know each other, and then later it does. I can't quite tell. It's a little confusing, but I do like their little crush. 6. The DJ is Del Chillman. This is a very rare occurrence of a recurring Scooby-Doo character. 7. Quote, I've just been handed this very important bulletin. Like, help! Shaggy, 2007. 8. Daphne says that Fred can pair up with Velma this time. Velma sarcastically responds with, great. This is funny, but this also does nothing for the plot except give Daphne less screen time. It's a little strange. 9. Apparently High Llama knows where the lost kingdom of Shangri-La is, like it's a real place that they go to. If anyone chose to live here, they would experience eternal youth. Thus, High Llama has been using this place to stay young, all while not sharing it with his community. Also, the existence of this lost kingdom doesn't even matter. Professor Jeffries is ultimately after the crystals, not the kingdom or eternal youth. 10. This is the second Scooby-Doo movie I've seen where a valuable crystal cave is part of the plot and motivation behind the bad guys. Interesting. 11. Shaggy calls the Yeti a, quote, bipolar polar bear. 12. Scooby-Doo yodel. 13. The Yeti saves Del and Velma from an avalanche by becoming a balloon Yeti. 14. The Yeti was a romantic gesture for Del by Minga the entire time. It had absolutely nothing to do with warding off Professor Jeffries or anything. Interesting. Next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Legend of the Phantosaur from 2011. So this is an interesting one because the plot is really split up and like the monster/villain isn't really a focal point. It's just kind of a bunch of other stuff going on in the background. It's also very important that I mention that this movie is the birthplace of Ultra Instinct Shaggy. Shaggy. Sorry, please don't come after me, man. Basically, the plot in this one is that Shaggy has to avoid anything scary because of medical issues and it'll raise his heart rate too much or something. So they attempt to do everything in their power to make it so Shaggy doesn't experience fear, but obviously that doesn't quite work. So then he gets hypnotized into being brave off of some random word, and that word keeps getting said randomly, so his braveness flips on and off, and this is what creates the Ultra Instinct Shaggy moment in the bar. I also think that this ends up creating a good relationship display between Scooby and Shaggy, so that's a fun aspect of it. Also, Matthew Gray Gubler is here to play a femme Velma, basically. They fall for each other, but it's kind of weird because it just feels like self-cessed because they're basically the same exact person. Fred and Daphne are also really good in this one. I think Fred is kind of fun because he's not as much of a doofus in this one, and he's shown to be a little bit more capable than he usually is. Also, there's kind of a fake out where they solve the first Phantosaur mystery, and then the real Phantosaur shows up, which renders the first one kind of useless. And then the new one, the real one, looks so much better, so much cooler than the first one. So it's kind of a little confusing mix, but it's time for the list. 1. Scooby and Shaggy have their periods synced while a town is blown up. And that joke comes from the fact that their stomachs rumble at the same time, and Shaggy mentions that they're still synced, and I find that funny. 2. Tex, the biker gang leader, is voiced by the same guy that voiced Goro in Mortal Kombat 95. This made Shaggy and Tex's friendship and Daredevil bike race really funny to me. 3. Daphne lore update. She's been riding motorcycles since she was 5 years old. 4. The gang gets hypnotized into all being Shaggy at the end. This universe's Scooby Gang is fucked. 5. Quote, don't get your scarf caught in anything, Mr. Babbitt. And then Fred responds, quote, it's an ascot. 6. Quote, haven't you ever had a crush on anyone? Fred to Daphne. 7. Quote, saving your butt, Jones. Get used to it. Shaggy. That's all. Next movie. All right, now we have Scooby-Doo Moon Monster Madness from 2015. Now this is a really fun one because the Scooby Gang wins the lottery and is able to go into space. And then an alien that looks suspiciously like the xenomorph from Alien shows up, and they go to a moon colony, and on this moon colony things keep going wrong. I really like the humor in this one. It's very unique to this movie. I think the plot is fun. I think all of the side characters are interesting. They're not all spectacular, but they at least stand out and are memorable. I don't know. I think that this one is fun. I like that it plays with Alien, the movie, a lot. This is just a good, fun, modern movie. Modern Scooby movie. And there are some good running bits. Fred is a doofus, a dingus in this one. I think the list will help explain this one a little bit more, so let's get to it. 1. Daphne is taking her driver's test and she immediately crashes the mystery machine. This is a little strange because we've seen her drive before, but whatever. 2. Scooby-Doo lore update. We know that Shaggy has a driver's license, but somehow Scooby does too. 3. The Big Bang Constellation credits are fun. 4. Celebrity Heat TV show hosted by Clark Sparkman blows up a small Delaware family. No, but I love the many explosions gag in this. 5. The gang has won the lottery for to go to space. 6. Shannon compliments Daphne's hair and disses Velma's. 7. Sly Baron has a spacesuit made out of money. I guess the Baron part of his name rings true. 8. Daphne tested so well she is able to enter the NASA astronaut candidate program. Velma did not. 9. Velma has cute childhood pictures of herself in her wallet. 10. Ridley, the quote alien resistance fighter, is here. This is most definitely a reference to Ridley Scott, the director of Alien, and they even have an android character like the movie. 11. Quote, TV is a factory of deceit, from Ridley. 12. Quote, if you need any more buttons pressed, I'm your man. Clark, to Velma. He keeps hitting on her. 13. They are really using silence for comedic effect, and it works for me 90% of the time. This is the most unique humor I've seen in one of these movies in a while, and you can tell there's a really specific style to it. 14. Velma constantly getting grossed out by Clark and saying, ew. 15. Daphne references Predator, not by name though, and Shaggy references Gremlins, but I'm not sure if it's the movie that he's referencing. 16. Sly is getting a nude painting of himself, French girl style, by the android. Perfect. No notes. 17. What in the insane moon colony? Shit is awesome looking. Reminds me of BioShock a little. 18. Hudson is the twin brother of Sly, and it's very excited to see real people after being stuck in space alone for so long. 19. Hudson has a crush on Ridley, and I like their little subtle romance in this movie. 20. Ridley calls Velma Four Eyes, despite wearing glasses herself. 21. Shaggy and Scooby soil their suits. 22. U-Boat gets scared too, by lots of things apparently. 23. U-Boat sings with a pretty and high-pitched voice. 24. I'm a big fan of Fred continuing to wear the helmet the whole movie. Good job committing to the bit. 25. Quote, I think you might know a thing or two about electromagnetic attraction, am I right? Clark. 26. Another continued bit that I like is when the android uses sound effect gags. 27. Quote, New York, Tokyo, Paris, Dublin, and that's Ridley listing off the world's major cities. 28, there's a cute hypothetical scenario that has an art style change which portrays a beefy shirtless Fred and other men all with Daphne's hair, and then Velma takes over the hypothetical and then they get her hair. 29, Velma is upset that Daphne gets to have it all, be smart and pretty, etc. It's a nice self-conscious moment from her, and then they have a sweet makeup moment at the end. 30, the alien gets coated in green goo, and I wonder if that's a reference to Alien again because their blood is green. 31, Shannon is the villain, duh, and she plans on blowing up half the moon and killing everyone, duh. Wait, what? 32, whoa, Shaggy is actually the one that got the highest score on the test. That's awesome. 33, quote, an invisible force field made out of glass. Genius. Fred, 2015. 34, the android is not a robot, but an actor. The reverse twist of Alien. 35, everyone comically gets knocked out, so Daphne will have to drive the spaceship. 35, Sly is played by Malcolm McDowell, aka Dr. Loomis in Rob Zombie's Halloween. 37, Mark Hamill plays Zip. You know who he is. 38, Jennifer Hale plays Shannon, and she played Thorn from the Hex Girls. 39, Clark is played by Eric Bauza, the new Looney Tunes big boy. He's like every character. I don't know what to tell you. Next movie. All right, now we have Scooby-Doo Camp Scare from 2010. This is another one that I didn't take many notes on, so you won't get a list for this one, but I think it's a very good, solid Scooby-Doo movie. It just feels like the most like Scooby-Doo movie that there is out of some of these. I don't know what it is about it, but it feels pretty special. So yeah, basically Fred was a camp guy. He went to camp as a kid a lot at this place. He feels really special about it, and there's a whole thing going on. I really like the design for the actual camp monster, and I think that Fred is kind of more of a doof in this one, but in a good way, because it's not leaning too much into that territory. Also, I just like the general story. There's some treasure that was buried out here. They have to drain a fucking lake, the villains do, in order to get to the treasure, basically, and it's in some old town that got flooded, I guess. I like the mystery behind this one, and again, I don't have many notes. I'm so sorry. This is one of the earlier ones, but I really like it. I think it's just a very solid, all-around good Scooby-Doo movie. I think all of the gang is good. I think all of the side characters are good. It's just one that I recommend, and unfortunately, I don't have a list for you, but next movie. All right, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School from 1988. This is a very special Scooby-Doo movie. This is probably the most like kind of nostalgic vibe movie I can give you. You don't even have to have nostalgia for this movie for it to feel nostalgic, and I think that's part of what makes it special. Frankly, I think Scooby, Scrappy, and Shaggy are kind of the least interesting part of this movie, which is weird. Mrs. Grimwood has a school. Shaggy gets hired there as a gym teacher, and when he shows up, it's a ghoul school, not a girls' school, and the ghouls are all very special and stand out. I love each and every one of them. They're very cute. They're very fun. Also, the plot is fun. He has to teach them so they can win a volleyball game against a neighboring school, which is a military school with a bunch of cadets. I like the cadets quite a bit too. You would think that the volleyball would be the end of it, but that's like halfway through, and then there's this whole other character, a villain named Revolta, who is trying to kidnap the ghouls so that she can, I don't know, make them henchmen or evil or something to get back at their parents, maybe. I like it a lot. Let's get to the list. 1, we have the red van from the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, which is fitting because ghosts. 2, Scooby breaks the fourth wall and sees writing that introduces him in the opening credits. What power does this Great Dane possess? 3, Red Shirt Shaggy is here and ready to be a gym teacher. Rather, it'll take some convincing because his students are all ghouls, but he'll get there. 4, I get it. They mistook 4 ghouls as 4 girls. That's clever. 5, Matches the Little Dragon is here. Honestly, I don't actually think he's that cute, but he's voiced by Frank Welker. 6, Meet the Ghoul Girls. 1, Sibella the Vampire, Dracula's daughter. 2, Winnie the Werewolf. 3, Elsa Frankenteen, a Frankenstein type of creature. 4, Phantasma the Ghost, nicknamed Fanty. 5, Tanis the Mummy. All of them are great, wonderfully designed, really good. 7, Sibella is voiced spectacularly by Susan Blue, who was Tina's mom in Friday the 13th, The New Blood, and also Flim Flam in 13 Ghosts. 8, quote, you'd think they never met a girl ghoul before. Sibella, 1988. 9, I imagine the ghost hand must be inspired by Thing from the Addams Family, and I feel like maybe the whole movie kind of was in a way. 10, Miss Grimwood is also fun, and I like Colonel Calloway as well. 11, Tug of the Cadets is played by Scott Menville, who is Robin in Teen Titans. 12, Grunt of the Cadets is played by Jeff Cohen, who is Chunk in The Goonies. 13, Elsa lore update. She has 2 hearts. 14, I hate the weird eyeball plants. 15, Revolta and Grim Creeper have designs that I hate, but like that's good because I should, and I despise Revolta's 3 teeth. 16, Sibella's bat form is fun. 17, Octopus Butler. Need I say more? 18, there's a dual-headed shark in the moat. 19, the spider's name is Legs, and he makes the volleyball net. I love Legs, not the body part. Well, not in a weird way. 20, Grimwood School wins the volleyball game and the trophy. 21, this interaction. Quote, can we give you a hand? Shaggy to Grimwood. And then quote, thanks Shaggy, I've already got one. Miss Grimwood. 21, I love the monster parents. They're sweet and good parents and have good designs. 23, quote, Mummy Daddy, Miss Grimwood. 24, Sabella is strong as hell. She lifts Shaggy and both Doos while in bat form. 25, quote, Revolta does not like meddlers. The Creeper. She'd be a good Scooby villain then. 26, we get a classic puppy power line from Scrappy. 27, Scooby picks a lock with his tail. 28, the mirror monster is a fun design. Evil Shaggy traps real Shaggy in the mirror, and I love that he willingly goes back in after finding out it's not safe. 29, I like that the cadets help the girls. 30, Shaggy has a Scooby-Doo watch where his paws point to the time. 31, Scrappy ends the movie with a rap and we get a dance for the whole house. 32, some new students are showed, a weird alien girl, an orange creature from the Black Lagoon, Gill Girl, and a daughter of Godzilla. This prompts the gang to leave Grimwood. Next movie, Fit Check. All right, and welcome everyone to a little bonus segment because I'm fucking crazy and wanted to add more to this already very extensive video. That's right. Today I'm also going to be looking at all of the Scooby-Doo shorts, specials, the ones that kind of count anyway. I don't know. It's a weird list, and I decided that I wanted to own all of these as well. So for the most part, I do. There are 2, technically 3, wink, that cannot be owned physically. Basically, some of them are close to being lost media, however, they are available to watch at places. But we must begin with the first one. All right, and first, aka last on our list, is Lego Scooby-Doo Nighttime Terror from 2015. So this is gonna be one that I don't have a lot to say about because it's like the Lego Scooby movies, but in short form. If you notice, the DVD up behind me is Lego Hollywood. That's because that's where Nighttime Terror is available also on DVD. It's packaged in there. Yeah, I don't know, this was just kind of like fine. They go to like a spooky mansion or something and it's the Black Knight. However, we've already seen the Black Knight. It's not even that special. Also, there's a carnivorous plant at some point. I remember that. Mainly the only other thing I have to say is that I feel like Lego Scooby-Doo could have been a fairly fun TV show if they did it, but they didn't. And it's time for the list. 1. Fun use of the iconic Lego ghost figure. 2. I like that they at least made the Lego Black Knight look like the OG Black Knight. They gave him the red tuft and, whatever, so that was nice. 3. It's weird that this is the second Scooby-Doo special / short in a row, in terms of release date, to feature Fred crashing the mystery machine into a tree. 4. Velma has a crush on the historian guy. They really like giving her a smart character to crush on, apparently. 5. Shaggy's hair gets put on backwards, making him temporarily blind. 6. Shaggy almost kills Velma, Fred, and Daphne. And that's all I have to say about this short. So next one. All right, and now we have Scooby-Doo Where Are You Now from 2021. And this is one of the ones that you kind of can't own physically. So this one pretty much just disappointed me, gonna be real with you. This is kind of taking a look back at the history of Scooby-Doo, and it disappointed me because there honestly wasn't that much behind the scenes stuff or actual history. There were some very fun, interesting, things that they point out and talk about, but most of it, well, it just ends up being kind of unfunny comedy moments that I don't really care for. I love Scooby-Doo, so I wanted to see more actual behind-the-scenes sort of stuff. There are some fun cameos and references here, and, a couple of more, obscure type of facts introduced, but ultimately, if you kind of know Scooby-Doo, I feel like like you'll know a lot of what they talk about already anyway. So to me, it wasn't that special. It wasn't terrible, but I just would have liked a little bit more. So now it's time for the list. 1. Apparently the gang hasn't spent a day apart from each other in 52 years, excluding the context of this special. I think that's sweet. 2. Shaggy, quote, used to love watching that show, and he's talking about Where Are You? 3. They had Kate Micucci dub over old Velma appearances, and it was just kind of weird. They didn't do that for the other characters, despite the actors changing, like Shaggy, for instance. Let the history of the actual old actor live on. 4. The director of Scoob says, quote, the characters really are archetypes, like Fred is the muscle, end quote. And I think that help explains a lot, because that's not what the fucking characters are. So that just pissed me off and made me hate Scoob even more. Like, yes, archetypes can be good, but if you're saying, oh, they're just archetypes, no the fuck they aren't. No character should just be an archetype. They should be more depth to them, motherfucker. 5. Frank Welker talks about learning the Scooby-Doo voice from Don Messick, and that was just really cute, because Don Messick was the old voice actor for Scooby-Doo. He is Scooby-Doo in movies like Ghoul School and the earlier ones like that, so it's nice to see them actually reference things like that in a sweet way. 6. The Scooby Gang was originally going to be a traveling rock band. Interesting. 7. Shaggy references Casey Kasem. See? You're allowed to do it. You're allowed to reference the old actors. 8. Scooby with good diction can't hurt you. Oh, but he hurt me all right. 9. The gang hates Scrappy. Quote, he started saying these horrible things about Scooby in those AOL chat rooms. And that's from Shaggy. 10. Quote, copycat haunter, the snow ghost. 11. Shaggy's martial arts trainer calls Shaggy Norville. 12. The banana splits costumes can be seen in the background. Later, Shaggy and Scooby use the suits when they play bait. The theme song for banana splits also plays when they are being chased. That's a fun reference. 13. Quote, Scooby is a nudist. He was created in 1969. And that's from Velma. 14. Captain Caveman and Daphne are going on a date later. Quote, I like them hairy. That's from Daphne. 15. Quote, Scooby and Shaggy are most of the time just comic relief. And that's from the director of Scoob. Wow, once again proving my point there, guy. Ha 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 ha. I hate your movie. 16. We actually see the voice actors of the Scooby Gang at the end, and I think that's fun. 17. Matthew Lillard is a gem. That's all. 18. And now a list of cameos that I enjoyed. Seth Green, Jabberjaw, The Great Gazoo, Batman, Weird Al, Johnny Quest, Grape Ape, The Powerpuff Girls, Speed Buggy, and Cyborg from Teen Titans. Now for the next short. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Haunted Holidays from 2012. So this is the first in my ranking of a series of Scooby-Doo shorts that are specifically made for DVD specials. They come in the 13 Spooky Tales DVDs, and they were specifically made for them. I think. This is the one where Santa Claus is here and also an evil snowman. And then Santa Claus helps save them from an evil snowman. So this one I think is pretty solid. I think the last two are ones that like I don't care much for. But this one I feel like is pretty solid. I think that it works. I think that it does its job. I think that the reason this one is lower is just because it didn't feel as creative or as unique as opposed to the other ones. But this one is still fine. I also just don't necessarily love Christmas themed things. The best part of this one for me is the Sinister Snowman. He just has a really cool design. I like him as a villain. The rest of the short is fairly generic. They're in a toy store for a lot of it. It is what it is, but ultimately it's time for the list. 1. Apparently the Scooby Gang just likes to help advertise for toy stores, assumedly for free. I guess Mr. Menkel appreciates it though. He's the guy that owns the toy store, I think. 2. The Sinister Snowman has a form where each snowball has a face, and it looks like 3 evil puffles stacked on top of each other. 3. Fake Santa hates Christmas. 4. Walkie-talkie nicknames are given. Fred is Ascot 1, according to Fred, or Ascot Boy, according to Shaggy. Velma is Glasses Girl. Shaggy is Fuzz Face. And Daphne is... Wait, Daphne doesn't get a nickname. What the fuck? 5. Fred finds some rockets. He then exclaims his love for rockets and asks Daphne if he can keep them, and Daphne says no and calls him Frederick Jones. 6. Sinister Snowman can also turn into a spider, a giant hand, a dune worm, and some lizard creature thing. 7. Actual Santa Claus shows up. He helps Shaggy and Scooby. He also refers to them as Norville and Scoobert, and he fixes the glockenspiel or whatever the fuck it is. 8. Scooby-Doo takes on the mantle of Mall Santa. I feel like that would be weird for kids, but who am I? It's time for the next short though. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Mecha Mutt Menace from 2013. So this one is kind of weird because this is the one that least feels like a short or a special. This kind of just feels like an episode of, I don't know, What's New. But, you know, frankly, it's not that big of a problem because I love the TV show. It's just, it doesn't feel like it's as differentiated somehow in some way. This does ultimately just feel like an episode of What's New. I will say that the villain, the Mecha Mutt, I don't love it. I think it's fine, but I don't know, it's just not my favorite design ever. Pretty much the one thing that helps this kind of stand out for me is the comedy. I just think that the humor in this one works pretty good, but it's time for the list. 1. Daphne is jealous of Staples, aka Melanie, and Scooby is jealous of Mecha Mutt. 2. Mecha Mutt stands out mostly because he's a 3D model, and it doesn't blend super well with the 2D animation. 3. Mutt destroys Fred's ascot and Velma's glasses, their two most prized possessions. 4. Irv's desk looks like the aftermath of a nasty goon sesh, and I don't like it. 5. Irv is an incel and probably an r/nice guy as well. 6. Quote, trust me, Daphne, I'm not attracted to Melanie's brain. And that's Fred from 2013. 7. 3D Shaggy can't hurt you. 8. Dialogue between Daphne and Fred goes as such. Quote, and conniving, Daphne about Melanie. Quote, inside voice, Daphne, and that's from Fred. 9. Scooby and Shaggy accidentally get sent into space for a 3-month-long mission. So I guess they have been to space before. Anyway, next short. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Scarecrow from 2013. So this is another one that to me doesn't really stand out that much. I do quite like the vibes of this one though. I think that this is definitely very good in the vibe department, and I like the Scarecrow in it. The Scarecrow's kind of fun, maybe a little generic, but whatever. The Scarecrow, you know, at least has like weird long arms. And then I think the other thing that stands out to me is that the voice acting is pretty fun in this one. I don't have a lot to say about these because they're pretty short, but this is a good one for Halloween if you're gonna be watching it around this time. Time for the list though. 1. The Scarecrow is called Cornfield Clem. It's a pretty lame name, I'm not gonna lie. 2. Several corn pun names. There's Mayor Husk, Sheriff Kern, and a girl named Maisie. And honestly, there's probably more that I missed, but yeah, whatever. 3. The toothpick factory shut down. What the fuck are we gonna do? 4. I'm a big fan of Abner, the yep and nope character. Those are like the only two things that he says. 5. Abner is voiced by Steve Blum, aka motherfucking Sub-Zero and Baraka from Mortal Kombat. And also, Maisie is voiced by Kelly Hu, who is Devora and Lee May in Mortal Kombat 1. 6. I like Clem's extendo arms. It gives his less interesting design some more intrigue and cool factor. 7. Shaggy wears a blue Falcon costume and Daphne wears her signature black cat costume. 8. Yo, Abner was the villain. And nope, you can't make me dislike the guy. Next short. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Spooky Games from 2012. So I'm pretty sure that this is the first one of these DVD specials. In fact, this doesn't actually come from a 13 Spooky Tales DVD. This comes from a Laugh Olympics DVD. I think that this one's pretty decent. It's, you know, short and sweet and gets the job done. I liked it. I noticed that it's basically just a cartoon episode, but like I said, I think it works, and I like the villain in this one. He's like a gladiator guy, and they're at the Olympic Games basically, so that's pretty cool. And ultimately, this one has some pretty good Fred moments, so I appreciate it for that. I think that this is, for some reason, just the one that, while still being kind of in the average territory, just kind of ekes out a little bit above the rest. So now it's time for the list. 1. The intro monster is a stingray guy, and it's really goofy, but now I want a full episode of him because he looks fun. 2. The intro credits animation has a fun style. 3. This one loses points for a casual Shaggy racism moment. 4. There's a pole vaulter named Steve Looker. This is a funny name, and I think it's because he's good looking. 5. Steve was reading a book on the history of books. What a Velma thing to do. 6. Steve looks kinda like Sam Winchester. 7. There's a shot that is just focused on Fred's crotch while he moans. I don't have anything else to say about that. 8. I like the detail of having Shaggy's track uniform be too big because he's skinny. 9. Fred lies about being a pole vaulter. He then flawlessly pole vaults, and later he cries tears of joy when Steve Looker wins the gold and beats the world record. And it's time for the next short. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Ghastly Goals from 2014, and this is the soccer. Well, it's the football one. That's fun. It actually is really fun. I think that this is one of my favorites of the DVD shorts. One thing I haven't really talked about, but is kind of obvious if you think about it, is that the mystery in these ones, they're usually not that great or in-depth because it's a much shorter time span, so it can't be, you know, that complex or complicated. It just kind of is there, and then you find out what's going on a little bit. They're in Brazil because football. I just like the setting. I like the vibes of this one. I think that the monster is one of the most fun in all of these, the most unique looking. I don't know, I just really like his design, and frankly, I kind of wish it was part of something longer because I would like to have seen him even more, actually. Basically, the monster's after a specific ball, and that's because a scientific experiment thing called Boundium got spilt on it, making it extra bouncy. The guy had stolen Boundium and wanted to sell it for money, and so he wants the ball back so he can extract it from the ball. Anyway, time for the list. 1. Julio Luna's accent sounds weird, and I promise this isn't a racist comment, and it'll make sense later. 2. Genuinely a great monster design, what the fuck, I super enjoy this one. 3. Cute simplistic credits art. 4. Armadillo mascot. That's all. 5. A woman with a pitched up voice is here. I think anyway. It didn't sound like a person's natural voice. It sounded like they took a woman saying a line and then like just pitched it up for some reason. 6. Velma uses a monster database to try and figure out what monster they're looking at. She has to narrow it down but discovers it's called Eshu. 7. Eshu disappears right in front of the gang with a poof of glitter or something. I have no idea how the fuck he did that, but it's impressive. 8. Velma holds her nose while diving into the soccer ball pit. 9. Eshu's fin, it's like a weird singular horn thing, I don't know how to describe it, sticks out of the ball pit like a shark, and Scooby and Shaggy dive out and in of the balls like fish, and that's pretty fun. 10. Quote, Scooby spent half his life catching balls, and that's from Shaggy. 11. Boundium on the ball make extra bouncy. 12. Quote, we'll have to do what we always do, sneak around and defy authority, and that's from Velma 2014. 13, they just let Scooby play in the game and then he wins the game for Brazil. 14, the villain is a security guard that comes from a family of security guards who actually just wants to be a magician, and it's kind of sad. Also, that explains how he disappeared in front of the gang with a magical poof. 15, pizza on a stick? 16, the Boundium professor is played by Gabriel Iglesias. 17, I knew Julio was played by a white man, so that's why the accent was a little weird. Also, he's played by Rob Paulson, who's a pretty prolific voice actor. Anyway, next short. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo and the Beach Beastie from 2015. This is the last of the DVD specials / shorts on my list, on my ranking, and that means I think it's the best out of all of them. This one just has a really funny plot line going throughout the entire thing that really helps make it feel special and make it feel like it stands out from a lot of the other ones. And this one feels the most like it could be kind of its own standalone separate thing. But basically the idea is that Fred has an affliction for nets, kind of an addiction for them, and so the gang kind of holds an intervention and they decide to go to Daphne's uncle's beach resort, but then they run into a monster and it's a really fucking cool water monster, and then the rest is just fun, and there's a lot of good going for this one. I definitely recommend this one if you're gonna buy one of the DVDs to watch for these shorts in particular. This is probably the one I recommend most. But now it's time for the list. 1, the monster is a fish humanoid monster made out of water. Are they specifically targeting my bias or what? I love water and I love fish creatures. 2, extremely cute postcard art for the intro credits. 3, the gang hates going to Fred's house because he has it booby-trapped and it's, quote, a hassle. 4, they stage a net intervention for Fred and they go to Daphne's uncle's beach resort. His name is Sandy. 5, quote, he's as pale as chocolate, and that's Shaggy about Scooby. 6, the resort is covered in nets, and I love how they really commit to the bit here because literally everything is net themed somehow. They even have a receptionist named Annette. It's really fucking good. 7, quote, Scoobert von Duenheimer, and that's Shaggy. 8, quote, why does it always have to be the one thing I'm afraid of? Scary things, and that's Shaggy, 2015. 9, the monster can morph into other things, and that's very cool. At one point, it's kind of like a Hydra type of thing with multiple heads, or other times it's more of like a Kraken octopus looking guy. I appreciate it. 10, nets don't work on the monster because it water. 11, there's a butt sniffing joke about Scooby and the other little dog that he has a crush on. 12, Scooby doesn't want a Scooby snack. Quote, I'm watching my figure, and that's what he says about it. 13, quote, I've never really trusted me. I'm gonna be keeping a close eye on me. You better believe it. And that's from Sandy, Daphne's uncle. 14, Shaggy connects with Kiki Brownstone over not having their dogs because both dogs are preoccupied with each other. 15, Fred uses unwound VHS tapes to make a net, which is frankly impressive. 16, quote, lady, I have dealt with ghost jewel thieves, werewolf jewel thieves, swamp monster jewel thieves. I think by now I know a fake diamond when I see them. 17, Grafton Brownstone stole his wife's priceless necklace to sell it to keep his business alive. Dude, just sell your like insane monster water jet contraption thing. I'm sure you'd get plenty for that. 18, quote, if it weren't for that guy in his net, and that's Grafton because he's the villain. 19, Darren Norris plays Kurt, the rival hotel guy, and he's known for Cosmo from Fairly Odd Parents and a lot of other things. And 20, Adam West, the first Batman, is here again, and he plays Sandy. And that's all, so it's time for the next special. All Alright, and now we have Night of the Living Doo from 2001. And this is the other one that almost is lost media, but it's not. So I don't have a physical copy of this one, and that makes me sad. So this is like a TV special that was made specifically for a reason, that it's just a special that is cool and unique and a parody of a lot of things. Basically, it's just a really funny special that has a lot of fun little references. It has celebrities in it. It doesn't really feel like sometimes that it should be an official Scooby-Doo made thing, but it is. I highly recommend you watch it. You can find it online because you're not going to find it anywhere else, but it's time for it. The list. 1. Velma tells Scooby he can't eat chocolate because it's poisonous to dogs. The camera cuts to Scooby with a half-eaten chocolate food item, and he says, "Ruh-roh, I think Scooby is dead." Just kidding, we've seen him eat chocolate plenty of times in the past. 2. Scooby is a big fan of Gary Coleman. Yeah, Gary Coleman is in this. 3. Fred really wants to find a creepy mystery, but Gary Coleman keeps thwarting him. First he runs out of gas, and Gary has some. Then Fred swerves to get a flat tire, and Gary has a spare. Ultimately, Fred crashes the van into a tree so they can check out a creepy castle. 4. Daphne calls out an ugly shark in the castle moat, and it's motherfucking Jabberjaw. 5. Quote, "I'm the famous David Cross," and that's David Cross from 2001. If you don't know who David Cross is, he's the villain in Alvin and the Chipmunks. 6. Canon war criminal Henry Kissinger has stayed at David Cross's castle before. 7. There's a great gag where Scooby, Shaggy, and Gary get scared at the mention of things. The final mention is the van, quote, "getting fixed," and that scares Scooby. 8. The moving eyes painting gets excited when Daphne says, quote, "I can't wait to get out of these clothes and into my jammies." First of all, how is this official? Second of all, Velma then says, quote, "Yeah, me too," and then the painting acts disappointed. How are you gonna pretend that Velma isn't equally a bad bitch, Scooby-Doo? What's wrong with you? 9. David Cross thinks it's awesome that they have a talking dog. 10. The zombie is the zombie from the OG Where Are You Scooby-Doo episode, and so too is the mummy. Also, the green ghost's arm is seen cutting the chandelier cord, so that's fun too. 11. David Cross has a Keanu Reeves poster. 12. Velma beats the shit out of the mummy. 13. Quote, "You guys ready for the big musical chase scene?" And that's from Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. 14. It was Jabberjaw behind the mask. I genuinely fell for it being Mr. Shifty. 15. Mr. Shifty unmasks himself and is revealed to be the actual real-life Mark Hamill. Alright. Anyway, that's that for this one. Time for the next special. Alright, and now we have Scoobynatural from 2018. Now, this is technically not a Scooby-Doo special because this is an episode of Supernatural. However, I'm gonna fucking count it because of course I'm gonna fucking count it. Hello? So I think that Scoobynatural may very well be the best crossover that Scooby-Doo has ever done. And that's not even because, Supernatural is the best thing ever made, because it's really not. But I think that this just plays so well on the classic Scooby-Doo trope. It's just so funny. It's just so good. The plot is, it starts as a normal Supernatural episode. Sam and Dean get a TV that ends up having a cursed object inside of it. The TV ends up being haunted. They bring it back to their place. It sucks Sam and Dean and also Cass into the TV, and they get transported into the cartoon of Scooby-Doo, and then they get to meet the Scooby Gang. Dean, of course, is a massive fan. Turns out the mystery in the cartoon ends up being real or infected by a real ghost. So now the Scooby Gang has to learn that there are real ghosts, and it's just incredible. Let me get to the list. 1. A green dinosaur mascot suit gets blown up. Dean takes a TV and creates, quote, "the Fortress of Deanitude," and then they get sucked into the cartoon. 2. I love that the Scooby Gang is at a malt shop. 3, quote, "We're in Scooby-Doo," and that's from Sam, 2018. 4, we get a Supernatural, aka Scoobynatural title card with Scooby laughing in the background. 5, quote, "That's the freaking Scooby Gang," and that's from Dean. 6, quote, "Not just any talking dog, the talking dog," from Dean. 7, no, but for real though, whose dream wouldn't be to hang out with the Scooby Gang? Sam acts like that's a weird fucking thing. 8, quote, "Except Fred. He's a wad," and that's Dean. 9, I'm gonna pretend that it isn't weird that Dean has the hots for Daphne, a canonical teenager, because I just get to pretend that. 10, hearing Fred even mention cancer is fucking crazy and the first sign of how good things will get. 11, Dean says that Daphne is settling for Fred. 12, quote, "That stupid ascot," from Dean, who later puts an ascot on and wears it in real life at the end of the episode. 13, I love how they reference the actual episode A Night of Fright is No Delight with the green ghosts in this one, even though there's only one green ghost. It looks a little extra creepy because it's a real ghost this time. 14, quote, "They don't know they're in a C word," and that's from Dean. 15, Fred calls Dean Slugger. 16, quote, "I thought big lugs were kinda your thing," and that's Daphne Velma. 17, seeing a bloody dead body in Scooby-Doo is crazy but so stupidly fun. 18, quote, "Doesn't matter if we die, Scooby-Doo could die," and that's not happening on my watch. I'll take a bullet for that dog, and that's Dean. Same Dean, same. 19, quote, "Sam, Dean, this dog is talking," and that's Castiel. 20, Shaggy and Scooby jump into Castiel's arms. 22, quote, "Well, that's not good," Fred says about the decapitated and horribly cut up and misfigured body. 23, Velma has a thing for Sam's broad shoulders. 24, quote, "I once led armies and now I'm paired with a scruffy Philistine and a talking dog," and that's from Cass. 25, quote, "We've saved the world a lot," and that's from Sam. 26, Velma says that it's, quote, "usually unscrupulous real estate developers," and then the end of this episode ends up being true. It's a real estate guy, IRL. 27, quote, "Strong, sincere, and an ascot wouldn't hurt," and that's Daphne about what she looks for in a guy. 28, quote, "That one, the one that isn't painted into the background," and that's from Dean. And I love this reference to the old animation art. 29, quote, "Never seen a ghost wear such a ridiculous costume," and that's from Cass. 30, what? We get the original Where Are You song over a chase scene, complete with a hallway scene moment? Oh, Scoobynatural, you spoil us. 31, Fred gets a bloody nose and Shaggy breaks his arm. Quote, "I've jumped out of a biplane in a museum and was fine. How did this happen?" And that's from Shaggy. 32, and now the gang reacts to monsters being real. Quote, "I thought I was blind without glasses, but I was just blind," and that's from Velma. Quote, "We've been stopping real estate developers when we could have been hunting Dracula? Are you kidding me? My life is meaningless," and that's from Fred. Quote, "If there are ghosts, that means there's an afterlife. Heaven? Hell? Am I going to hell?" And that's from Daphne. 33, Zombie and Witch, Iron Face, Black Knight, Mamba Wamba, Space Kook, Ghost Clown, and Minor 49er get mentioned. 34, Cass becomes bait alongside Scooby and Shaggy. 35, quote, "Yeah, Fred's traps never work," and that's from Dean. 36, this scene, quote, "I can get the shotgun," from Velma, followed by, quote, "I can get 2 shotguns," from Daphne. 37, quote, "I told you, you big lug, there's no such thing as the supernatural," Velma to Sam, famously of the TV show Supernatural. 38, quote, "I will miss your wise words and your gentle spirits," Castiel to Shaggy and Scooby. 39, Velma swoops Sam and kisses him on the lips. Another thing I'm gonna pretend isn't weird. 40, the IRL real estate guy says the "I would have gotten away with it too" line, which gets Dean real excited. Then Dean looks into the camera and does the Scooby-Dooby-Doo outro, you know, where Scooby says his own name. 42, quote, "Sam, you're not a talking dog," and that's from Cass. And that's Scoobynatural. Incredible, but it's time for the #1 special. Alright, and now we have the Scooby-Doo project from 1999. So this is an absolutely incredible Blair Witch parody that, again, is an official Scooby-Doo product that they actually made. This is one of my favorite things that Scooby-Doo has ever done because it just so doesn't feel like it should be official. When I first saw a clip of this, I thought that it was fan-made. It is available on YouTube and other places to watch, so I highly recommend this one. If you've never seen it, please watch it. The Blair Witch has been parodied many, many times before, but the fact is, it's Scooby-Doo, and I love the references to all of the Scooby-Doo media and the Blair Witch that come in here, and it just ends up being hilarious and fun throughout. It's time for the list, but if you haven't seen this one, please do yourself the favor of watching it. This list is a little different because I started with just a bunch of quotes and then we get into actual numbered list. Quote, normally 20 to 22 minutes we solve it and go home, and that's from Fred. Quote, at least I try to look feminine, and that's Daphne after Velma calls her out for wearing high heels on a hiking trip. Quote, zoinks, that's all you have to say? What the heck does that mean anyway? And that's Velma. Then the gang laughs at her for saying jinkies. Quote, Scooby-Doo take one, here's a tree, here's some rocks, and that's from Scooby because he's recording. Quote, maybe this time we shouldn't have meddled, and that's from Velma. Quote, I haven't painted my nails in 2 days, and that's from Daphne. Quote, I lost my scarf, it's my favorite one, and that's Fred. And that's how you know he's seriously disgruntled, because he would never refer to it as a scarf. Quote, we always get chased when there's music, and that's from Shaggy. Quote, oh, I hate this part with the doors, and that's Velma referencing the classic hallway scene. And now we have the list. 1. There's a real mystery machine that they made look like a crime scene, like a real physical mystery machine. 2. There's a box of Scooby snacks in the evidence pile, and it's empty, of course. 3. Reference to the spooky space kook and Which Witch is Which episodes. 4. The Blair Witch logo is a dog. 5. Everyone calls Shaggy Norville, including Scooby, and he hates it. 6. They interview real people, like the Blair Witch movie. 7. Shaggy says the woods look more realistic than usual. 8. Canonically, Shaggy's feet smell bad. 9. Instead of stacks of rocks, it's Scooby snacks. 10. There's a quarrel over losing the map, like in the movie, but actually Shaggy and Scooby ate it, with Tabasco sauce. 11. Velma asks Fred why he always gets to drive, and he says something about her never chipping in for gas money. 12. The gang tells Velma to get a glasses strap. 13. Fred freaks out on camera, and he has a partial beard and has tied his ascot over his head. 14. Shaggy says that he's sick of splitting up and questions why Fred and Daphne always head off together. 15. At some point, the gang hears Scrappy yell puppy power off in the distance. Daphne runs away yelling. Velma chases after her and tells her that it's just Scrappy. Daphne yells back, quote, I know! 16. The gang leaves Scrappy to die in the woods. And that's the end of the specials / shorts. And now it's time for the top 10 Scooby-Doo movies. And I left it for the top 10 because chances are you have an idea of what the top 5 are, so I thought I'd leave it the top 10. Anyway, let's get to it. Fit check! Alright, we finally made it into the top 10, and this time around we are looking at Scooby-Doo Frankencreepy from 2014. Alright, so I think that this one is up here because it just feels really fresh and special, especially after, you watch like 40, 50 different movies. Okay, so a couple of reasons why this movie also stands out to me is that, number one, the editing feels a little bit different and special here. It feels a little bit more like snappier than usual, and that can really help tie into the comedic moments that this one has. And that's the other thing that sticks out, is that the humor really works for me here, and I feel like it's pretty funny a lot of the time. I was laughing a lot during this one. I also really like the mystery in this one. It is definitely set in nostalgia, and that is fine because it's a little bit deeper than just pure nostalgia bait, right? It feels like they're actually kind of working with it. Also, This one has Velma being a little bit villainous. So like I said, if it's gonna be anyone, it's gonna be Velma. I think it's fun, but it's time to get to the list. 1. The movie opens with someone searching Daphne modeling pictures online. Gross. 2. There are some nice throwbacks to older episodes. 3. Fred just had the van's flowers touched up. 4. Great montage editing style akin to Edgar Wright. 5. The mystery machine blows up. 6. Good opening credit sequence. 7. Quote, I was always curious about the attachment to orange knee socks, and that's Daphne to Velma. 8. Velma Dinkley is actually a Dinkenstein. The Dinkensteins inspired Mary Shelley, apparently. And Mary Shelley is the author of Frankenstein, if you don't know. 9. Daphne lore update. She's a cheerleader. I guess she can relate to Fred in that sense then. 10. Quote, you're a burger? Shaggy. 2014. 11. A spider winks at Scooby and this makes Scooby bashful. 12. Fred keeps having flashbacks to the exploding van and it gets more dramatic every time. 13. Scooby and Shaggy get full and deny food. They also deny Scooby snacks. 14. Someone was horned up when they created evil Velma. Both the design and editing / shot choices really prove this point. 15. Iago's stubbed toe. 16. Apparently Daphne is hideous because she gains weight. This is the one thing that bothers me about this movie, is that it's just a fat joke. The whole gang gets tricked into certain things happening. Daphne gets tricked because some outfit she puts on is like inflatable or something, and it makes her think that she magically gained weight. And then she's ugly because she gained weight, supposedly. 17. There's a reverse chase sequence where Scooby and Shaggy chase the monster willingly. Again, it turns them into like opposites. 18. Quote, between the two of you, you almost have one entire brain. And that's Velma to Shaggy and Scooby. 19. Daphne gives Fred CPR, and they know what they were doing with that. 20. Horse carriage mystery machine. 21. The gang gets to be the monsters for once. 22. Tiny federal agent. 23. Whoa, it's all the old villains. That also explains why the Baron ghost had Iron Face's mask. Yeah, the main villain is the ghost of the Baron or something, and he straight up has old Iron Face's mask, and I noticed that, and I thought that it was just them being lazy, but turns out there's a lore reason. 24. Acupuncture ass diagram. 25. So, does Scooby and Shaggy's hunger explain why they're scared? 26. The horny guy from the beginning calls out plot holes from the movie in the end credits and gets stopped by federal agents. Now it's time for the next movie. Alright, and now we have Scooby-Doo Abracadabra-Doo from 2010. So this is one that very pleasantly surprised me. Now, I will say that I don't think this is like the most special Scooby-Doo movie ever, but it has a lot of really fun things, and it introduces a character that I don't think we ever see again, but I would really like to see again because she's really cool, because it's fucking Velma's little sister. Oh, what? You didn't know Velma had a little sister? Well, yeah, I guess she does. Yeah, I think that pretty much, no, I think that just all of the characters feel good in this one, including the Scooby gang. I don't necessarily always think that there's something like spectacular about them, but I think that they all feel good in some way. I've gotten used to Scooby movies where, you know, at least one character usually ends up feeling not that great. So when they all feel good, I'm a happy lad and I got a smile on my face. This one is also just kind of a fun setting. Basically, Velma's little sister, her name is Madeline, is going to magic school, and then there's a monster there. It's a big old griffin, and I really think that's cool because it's a monster design that you don't see too frequently in Scooby-Doo. I will say that the mystery is a little predictable, but I do like the reasoning behind it, and I like the individual kind of plot things that the side characters have, so it ends up being a really fun movie overall, and I think that this is just a really solid one. So now it's time for the list. 1. The opening scene purposefully lingers on an ass-framed shot for a little too long. 2. Opening credits to a fun Abracadabra-Doo song. 3. The opening monster that gets unmasked is a great design, and it reminds me of the space kook. 4, quote, will you take the wrap up, Fred? And that's Velma, and this is a very fun meta joke. 5, Velma lore update. She has a little sister named Madeline. Again, this came out of fucking nowhere. 6, quote, it gets reepier. And that's from Velma because Scooby said reepy instead of creepy. 7, quote, relax, scarf boy. And that's Fred's new GPS system. 8, Madeline has a crush on Shaggy, and it's genuinely very cute. 9, whoa, hold on a second. Scooby-Doo, famous cat hater, tries to introduce himself to a lion? 10, quote, he was dropped on his head when he was a puppy, and that's from Shaggy. You take that back, motherfucker. 11, Madeline lore update. She went to clown school for at least a semester, and I think that's fun. 12, Shaggy still likes pickles on pizza. I don't know if I mentioned it, but he likes pickles on pizza. Maybe originally ordered this in the Mystery Map movie. 13, Scooby is really cute in this movie. Very good portrayal. 14, this interaction. Quote, I can point to, from Daphne, and quote, usually when you do, you knock my glasses off. And that's from Velma. 15, quote, I really don't believe in things I don't believe in. And that's from the ice cream cone guy, 2010. 16, Velma calls out Madeline for being a nerd. Incredible. Once again, no notes. 17, Daphne doesn't want to be a klutz. 18, okay, but why is the Banshee hot though? And that kind of includes the freaky old version too. 19, quote, like, you shall not pass, man. And that's from Shaggy, if it weren't obvious. 20, Scooby and Shaggy cannot believe they were referred to as fearless. It's just a funny visual gag. 21, quote, a mere sherbet jockey. And that's the ice cream cone guy again. 22, Fred goes slack-jawed over magician's assistant Daphne. 23, Marlin is voiced by Brian Posehn. I don't know how you pronounce it. AKA Axel from Minecraft Story Mode. 24, Merlin is voiced by James Patrick Stewart, aka Private from Penguins of Madagascar, and also Dick Roman from Supernatural, the head Leviathan guy. 25, Crystal is voiced by Crystal Scales, aka Libby from Jimmy Neutron. And that's all I have to say, so now it's time for the next movie. Alright, coming in at number 8, we have Scooby-Doo in Where's My Mummy from 2005. Alright, so we have another Joe Sitka Scooby-Doo movie, and I think this is the highest Joe Sitka movie, but 8th place out of 50 ain't too shabby. That's pretty damn good right there. There's just a lot of really good shit going on in this one. First of all, the vibes are immaculate. And then other than that, I think the characters are really enjoyable. I think the villains are great. And I really like the setting and the art style and the music. And there's just a lot of really good stuff going on in this one. Oh, and also Velma is the villain again. What the hell? I mean, obviously not villainous. She's doing it for a good reason. Velma is working on a site in Egypt where she is restoring the Sphinx, and they discover an Ankh. They use it and they uncover a tomb beneath the Sphinx, and this is supposedly Cleopatra's tomb. The gang shows up eventually, and then there are these looter treasure hunters that show up that want to try and break in and just steal a bunch of the treasure and whatnot. And so Velma and her friend and all of the archaeologists there scheme to basically create the ghost of Cleopatra and undead army of mummies in order to scare away looters. She does not tell the Scooby Gang at all, so they do not know this is going on, but it is very fun and just a great story. One of the most unique out of all of the movies, frankly. So now it's time for the list. 1. Y'all, Cleopatra's really fucking hot. And her voice too. And like the undead mummy version of her too, I think. 2. No, for real though. What was the Ankh that unlocks the priceless treasure? What was it doing in the Sphinx's face? 3. Shaggy and gang can't be bothered to say Amal or Amal Ali Akbar, so they call him Triple A. It's really not that difficult, guys. 4. Fun concept with the Fear Facers TV show hosted by Rock Rivers. The idea is fun anyway. It's actually one of the most forgettable parts of this movie, but I figured I'd give it a little shout out. 5. I love how happy Scooby is to see Velma after a brief period of not seeing her. 6. Quote, the teenage sleuths with whom you've enjoyed so many adventures, and that's from Prince Omar 2005. 7. Quote, nice kitty, purr for mama. And that's from Amelia Von Butch. I don't get it. Was this movie made for lesbians? Because why are there so many hot women in this movie? 8. Amelia and her crew are very hot, despite being illegal looters. I don't make the rules. They just is. 9. A sand castle of sand pours out of Scooby's ear. 10. There is a great chase sequence with a good song, and we get a hallway chase sequence with coffins, sarcophagi. Is that correct? 11. Velma loses her glasses. We get the line out of her, and it's funny to me that the monster gives them back to her because in reality, they're working together. So they're actually just helping her see again. It's not like a funny bit. This is just, oh, hey Velma, let me help you with your glasses real quick moment. 12. It is very bold of the movie to not have Velma in it for a good percentage of the runtime. All in all, it was the correct decision for this movie. I don't know how they accomplished this, frankly, but they did. 13. Scooby with no collar is wrong. Also, he gets mistaken for Pharaoh Ascubus. 14. I'm impressed Frank Welker can do a Fred doing a Scooby impression. That's not fucking easy, guys. But on the other hand, I shouldn't be surprised because it's Frank Welker and he's fucking legendary. 15. Quote, I'm a champion arm wrestler, and that's from Fred. 16. Another great song with the giant scorpion, aka Sand Spirit battle, but it's really just a weird side plot about the criminal guy damming up the Nile River. Like, this whole side plot takes up a little more runtime than it probably should, but it's not terrible. 17. Scooby cries over Velma. This is how the gang should feel. 18. Quote, for once in my life, I don't want my mummy, and that's from Shaggy. 19. Okay, but there is genuinely a real flying carpet in this movie. Does that technically make this one of the Scooby movies with real supernatural stuff going on in it? I'm not sure. 20. Amal, aka Triple A, captures Amelia. 21. Friendship. They all come back for Velma, and it's cute. 22. The riches of Egypt are returned to her, Cleopatra's people. 23. The Sphinx restoration loses its nose again because Shaggy fires a large rocket at it. It's a firework, but firework is rocket, so whatever, same difference. 24. Ron Perlman, aka Hellboy, plays Hotep. He's the criminal guy that blocked up the Nile. 25. My real-life mother, Virginia Madsen, aka Helen from Candyman, plays Cleopatra, so that's why she was so hot. 26. Christine Baranski, aka Martha Mayhew from How the Grinch Stole Christmas, is Amelia Von Butch, so that's why she was so hot. That's it for this movie, and it's time for the next one. Alright, and now in 7th place we have Scooby-Doo from 2002. It's the live action one, everybody! Yip, hooray! Listen, I love the live action Scooby-Doo movies, the good ones. The ones written by James Gunn. I don't know what the opinion is anymore because I know that people love Scooby-Doo 1 and I know that people love Scooby-Doo 2. And for most of my life, I assumed that I was unique in liking the second one more, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. Ultimately, there is a lot of really good stuff to love about Scooby-Doo 1. I think that these live action movies are some of the funniest, most iconic Scooby-Doo movies out there. I don't necessarily think they're like the best things ever made, to be real with you, but I fucking love them to pieces. So the first one is really good because it takes place on Spooky Island, and Spooky Island is absolutely iconic. They break up at some point, the Scooby Gang does, and then they get invited to Spooky Island all individually on their own. I guess it's because some guy wanted them to show up to solve a mystery. But by some guy, I mean Mr. Bean. And by Mr. Bean, I mean Scrappy-Doo. I do think it's really funny that James Gunn made Scrappy-Doo a villain. And I think it's especially funny that James Gunn did this specifically because he hates Scrappy-Doo and kind of wanted to ruin his reputation. And the thing is, it fucking worked. The franchise hardly ever references or mentions Scrappy-Doo anymore. And if they do, it's in a negative way. So it's really fucking funny to me that James Gunn had this hatred for Scrappy, wrote it into a movie, and then it fucking worked. Elephant in the room, the casting is perfect. I think every single person who was cast as the Scooby Gang in a movie does a great job. The biggest outlier of the group is Freddie Prinze Jr. as Fred. However, I think that Fred is still really good in these movies. He is a different version of Fred for sure, but I think that this version of Fred still works. He kind of feels like he's a douchier version of Fred, but in a lovable way, and I think that it works for this Fred. I don't know why, but I just do think that it works. Also, I think that Scooby is phenomenal. Obviously, we're in prime early 2000s CGI territory, so, things don't always look super great anymore. But I think that Scooby-Doo, in how he's animated and how he's voiced and how he's directed, is just really stinking cute in these live-action movies. I think the monsters are I don't really love their designs. I think they're memorable, but that doesn't mean that I love them. But, overall, I think that this is a great movie, and it's gonna have a long list, so let's get to it. 1. The opener ghost design and sequence is great. 2. Whoa, a George Clooney reference in my Scooby-Doo movie? 3. Quote, watch the ascot, and that's from Fred. 4. Sick weed joke, man, the hotbox mystery machine joke. 5, quote, I've transformed my body into a dangerous weapon, and that's from Daphne. 6, Shaggy's love interest is named Mary Jane. 7, oh good lord, look at all that early 2000s throw up. I mean outfits, I mean styles, I mean hair, I mean CGI, all of it. At the end of the day, I love it, but it does hurt me. 8, there's a sign that says hamburgers this way. 9, is that a Hong Kong Phooey reference? Hell yeah. 10, quote, Shaggy and Scooby, do whatever you guys do. Fred deciding how to split up the gang. 11, Daphne finds the freaking actual lament configuration. 12, quote, are you challenging me? And that's from Shaggy, of course. 13, Coolsville mentioned, especially Coolsville High. 14, not only does Scrappy canonically piss on Daphne, but we also see it happen. Also, this has happened before, so he's canonically pissed on her at least twice. Also, quote, you don't got the scrote for this. And that's Scrappy to Fred. 14, congratulations to Daphne for not being the damsel in distress. 15, Fred says the bitch word. No, really, he does. 16, weirdly specific childhood memory unlocked. The fucking tail things on the four-wheelers. 17, quote, someone must have spiked my root beer. Fred. 18, quote, I can look at myself naked. Fred and Daphne's body. 19, Scrappy inside a bean was the bad guy all along. 20, quote, you look so much bigger on TV. Scrappy to Scooby. 21, Daphne has mega flips and kicks. Like, damn, girl. 22, I like that the gang is referred to as Mystery Inc. on several occasions. 23, wait, Fred and Daphne kiss? On the lips? 24, Scrappy Cornelius Doo. 25, shout out to Man with the Hex song by Atomic Fireballs. That's by far the best song from this movie, and I listen to it unironically at times. And that's all for this movie, so time for the next one. Alright, and in the number 6 spot, we have Scooby-Doo Music of the Vampire from 2012. So this is just a really special movie, and it's a very unique Scooby-Doo movie because it's a musical. And not only is it a musical, it's kind of a really good Scooby-Doo movie, and the music also kind of hits. I quite like the music in this movie. I think that it's a very fun and entertaining watch, and I just appreciate it a whole big bunch. One of the things that I also really appreciate about this movie is that it has a really good iteration of the Scooby Gang. We face our issues with the Scooby Gang on occasion, but this one I think they're all pretty damn good. They're all solid, and better yet, they all have something to do in this one. They're all here for a reason or for a purpose. A lot of times in the Scooby movies, you know, a couple of characters will end up getting kind of forgotten or not utilized very much. This is different. Also, they all feel like genuine friends in this one, and they all care about each other. This is what the Scooby Gang is to me. It's a group of really close friends that have basically become family, and I just love it. Really, the only kind of like downsides I have to this one is that I think that most of the side characters end up being kind of forgettable, and it's not like they're bad, they're just not very memorable. And also, I don't necessarily love the vampire design here. I just think it's kind of lame, especially when we have some really great vampires in the franchise. So yeah, that being said, I think it's time we get to the list. 1, I really like the opening song. I like the bayou setting and the theming. 2, the intro mystery has cool outfits and a cool cockroach monster. 3, Daphne lore update. She loves show tunes. 4, Velma gets to drive the mystery machine. She almost kills a bunch of people, actually. 5, the Done with Monsters song is so good. My favorite of the film. I like the gang's actors actually getting to sing the song too. 6, there's a Twilight parody and it's called Silverlight. 7, some fun vampire references in the form of Van Helsing descendant and a guy named Bram. 8, Fred uses the word stanky. 9, I wish Valdronia's design was cooler. 10, Fred apparently, quote, volunteers at the police academy on weekends. Fred, what the fuck, man? ACAB, brother. You're supposed to be a hippie. 11, they don't take Discover card at Vampire Palooza. 12, quote, deputized vampire hunters. 13, I like that this feels like a Velma-led film. It's nice to see, even though we actually get a fair amount of those, but it's still nice to see when she's good. 14, everyone has great relationships / interactions in this one. I appreciate it. 15, quote, I don't date actors. Daphne, 2012. And that's all for this movie, so now it's time we go to the top 5. Fit check! Alright, gang, we've made it to the top 5, and we also have our first Golden Age movie with Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders from 2000. Oh yeah, oh, we're into the real fucking good shit now, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary folks. So Alien Invaders is, I think, kind of just the least compelling to me out of all of the Golden Age movies, but I still very much enjoy and love it because it has a lot of good shit in it. In all of these movies, the Scooby Gang are pretty great, and I like them a lot. This one is also interesting because it introduces a new love interest for Shaggy, and she ends up being a real fucking alien for realsies, no jokesies, no takesies backsies. So this is a real supernatural Scooby-Doo movie. I think this one is just a little bit lower for me because it doesn't have as many like super fast-paced, cool action type of antics, which is fine, but this one does have some slower bits to it that just aren't as interesting or as compelling as some of the other movies above it. But I absolutely love the designs in this one. I think the aliens look great. I think just the art style and the animation style is phenomenal. It also just gets bonus points because the Scooby Gang act like actual real human beings for once. a lot of times we see them kind of played up a little bit, or they lean kind of more into their stereotypes. Here, they just feel like real fucking people that is just a group of friends, and that's what I want to see out of Scooby-Doo. I don't want to see horribly reduced stereotype versions of the characters. And like I said before, Shaggy gets a love interest. Her name is Crystal. I just really like her. She's probably one of my favorite Scooby-Doo characters outside of the main gang, and frankly, I would like to see her again. Do I have the faith that modern Scooby-Doo would handle that well? Not necessarily, but they can give it a try, and then I can ignore it if it's bad and pretend that it never existed. Also, I want to shout out Scott Innes, who plays Shaggy and Scooby in these movies in the golden age. Obviously, Frank Welker is incredible. He's still Fred. This is a very brief period of time where Scott Innes voiced Scooby and also Shaggy, and I just think that he does a really good job, and he is a very memorable voice actor to me for his portrayal of the characters in these movies. But ultimately, it's time to get to the list. 1. Jackalopes are real in Scooby-Doo. And aliens too, I guess. 2, the first chase scene song is a new take on Where Are You's theme song, and I like it. 3, there's an implied probing, which happened in the past. Does this mean our real human villains probed poor old Lester? Because the aliens in this movie, except for Crystal and her dog, are fake and humans. 4, Scooby and Shaggy work together to create the honk shoo snore, where Shaggy is honk and Scooby is shoo. 15, quote, you understand him? Shaggy, when Crystal can tell what Scooby is saying. Yeah, Shaggy. He's a talking dog. Everyone else understands him. 6, Shaggy says his name is Norville. 7, Scooby does the classic yawn arm stretch to put his leg around Amber. Amber is Crystal's dog, by the way. 8, the diner waitress hits on Fred several times. 9, Fred smell checks Shaggy's water to make sure it isn't vodka or alcohol. 10, Shaggy has a fantasy love song for Crystal. A, Shaggy likes tall women. B, Shaggy wants a tie-dye wedding. C, he wants a kid with Crystal named Shaggy Jr. D, Shaggy wants a house that, quote, will fill it up with stuff from 1969, which is the original release of Scooby-Doo. 11, Shaggy with combed hair and a tucked-in shirt feels wrong, but it's funny. 12, for whatever reason, the Flower Patch area in specific makes me extremely happy and fills me with nostalgia for this movie. 13, Fred has to sit in the back for once in Lester's truck. 14, the red herrings and throwaway clues are done better here than most other Scooby movies. 15, Scooby's rattlesnake impression in the beginning was a goddamn foreshadow. He does it again to scare off the government agents. 16, the music for the second chase scene is pretty damn fun. 17, Scooby and Shaggy are amazed by a talking dog, Amber. Wait, does Shaggy not think that Scooby can actually talk? This is the second time that he brings this up. Does he think he's just high or something and imagining Scooby talking? 18, Fred cries because Shaggy and Crystal have to break up. Anyway, that's all for this movie, and it's time for the next one. All right, and in 4th place, we have Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed from 2004. I told you I like the sequel better than the original live-action movie. Yeah, this one is just pretty special to me. And to be fair, there is a lot of nostalgia that does help because we see some classic, iconic monsters from the Scooby-Doo franchise. I like Velma having a love interest in Seth Green. I like Shaggy and Scooby really feeling down in the dumps in this one. Like, they feel like they're worthless and that they always screw things up, so they try and fix things on their own. I just think that this is one of the funniest Scooby-Doo movies. It looks fun visually. There are a lot of fun segments. Again, still pretty not great CGI, but I still really like it. And ultimately, I think that this is one of the most quotable Scooby-Doo movies and very iconic and memorable in so many ways. And this one is going to have the longest list out of any of the movies. So instead of talking too much about the movie, how about we just get to that? 1, Mystery Machine Limo. 2, quote, I got an ascot for each of you, Fred to his fangirls. 3, this is of course a Coolsville movie. 4, many great costumes at the museum, starting with the Black Knight, quote, our very first case, which is for the first ever episode of the cartoon released, and the Skeleton Men costumes, which are also from the 3rd season of Where Are You? And I like the costume because it represents what they look like in the actual show, and I'll get into the ones that come alive separately later on, but a few other costumes of note here are Chickenstein from a pup named Scooby-Doo, Space Kook from Where Are You? And the Ozark Witch from The Dynamite Hour. 5, Velma has a crush on Seth Green, and I recognize that his character's name is Patrick, but I will continue to refer to him as Seth Green because that's all I can see him as. 6, quote, mystery is my mistress, I must heed her sweet call, Velma, 2004. 7, I love the pterodactyl ghost, I also love the masked main villain guy. Apparently his name is the evil masked figure. I think we can workshop that one a little bit, folks. 8, the Mystery Inc. headquarters is fun and cool and has a good design. 9, Norville Rogers name drop. 10, this movie does so good at making us feel bad for Shaggy and Scooby because they're, quote, screw-ups and don't feel useful. There's so much heart around these two in this movie. 11, Daphne is more upset that Scooby's boots don't match the sweater than she is with him wearing her boots at all, and I think that's funny. 12, I love that Mr. Wickles is the actual name of the OG villain behind the Black Knight in the cartoon. 13, quote, Bunny, and that's Scooby. 14, quote, how come we can't ever investigate like a Burger King or something, and that's Shaggy. 15, the doorbell ball cage trap is iconic. 16, this interaction, quote, have you heard the good news? Some Jehovah's Witnesses caught in the trap. And then, quote, yeah, there's cookies, from Scooby. 17, quote, I enjoy being a girl, Daphne. 18, quote, he stole my thing that I say. And that's Fred when Shaggy tells them to split up. 18, Baby Got Back song drop in the Wickles manner. 20, real Black Knight time. I love the design and Daphne's fight with him and his right in the round tables quote when Velma kicks him in the round tables. 21, to be honest, I never paid enough attention to the plot before to catch the concept of randomonium being in the mines. I genuinely never knew why they ended up in like a mining village at the end of the movie or how the monsters came to life. 22, Velma crawling away to hide from Seth Green and Daphne following suit on hands and knees is perfect. I love these two. Their friendship is very adorable. 23, quote, I'm not hot. And that's Velma, played by Linda Cardellini Dinkley. Fuck off. 24, Velma's latex outfit. I think everyone remembers where they were when they first saw this moment unfold. 25, Disco Scooby is top tier, one of the best movie scenes of all time, and the thank you song is incredible as well. 26, I love how much of a bitch, affectionately, Heather Jasper is. 27, I love how short Seth Green is next to Matthew Lillard as Shaggy. 28, quote, we gotta make like your personality and split, and that's Shaggy to Seth Green. 29, quote, Dern Bush is yelling at me again, and that's Mr. Wickles. 30, Wickles proposes a mining town theme park where they can have children mine for 18 hours. Totally radical. 31, quote, I've got a chick's body. Femme Shaggy. And also, bisexuals remember this day. 32, Scooby turns into Taz from Looney Tunes. 33, Mega Buff Shaggy. That's all. 34, Smart Genius Scooby. That's also all. 35, like I said before, this is a real monster movie technically, and I'm inclined to label it as such. 36, this scene, quote, calm Scooby-Doo, you're not being calm, and that's Shaggy. And then Scooby slaps Shaggy several times where he goes, quote, I needed that, slap, quote, I needed that too, slap, quote, you're pushing your luck, Scoob. Very iconic scene. 37, real zombie time. He has a fun rickety feel to him, and I love his stupid ass face. I especially love when he drives a semi-truck. 38, real minor 49er time. He looks a little too colorless to me, but I love his big old belly. Also, he breathes fire for some reason. 39, real 10,000 volt ghost time. He is cool and intimidating. I like his updated shape and the practical sparks that they use in the movie. Also, his voice is fun. 40, real skeleton men time. They have cool Cyclops design mixed with a real skeleton. I love their stupid selves and the fun sled down a mountain scene. 41, real tar monster time. He is iconic and great. I like when he disrupts traffic and the climax scene, and I like his ability to morph into different shapes. 42, quote, as long as you define okay as in massive agony, and that's from Shaggy, who is totally okay. 43, fucking awesome ghost ship in the city moment. I don't care if we hardly see this, but it's an incredible thing to look at and one of the most iconic frames from the movie. 44, sad song at the old clubhouse scene. 45, a totally unimportant frisbee flashback from when the gang was younger. 46, quote, like they're totally having a montage in there without us, from Shaggy. 47, Snow Ghost is referenced. 48, quote, I wish once, just once, I could do the right thing on purpose, and that's from Shaggy. And shut up, those aren't tears in my eyes. 49, real Captain Cutler time. He is spectacular looking and maybe the best out of all of the real ghost designs. I'm a big fan of him getting a spear gun too. 50, this interaction, quote, this is tied for the single most terrifying day of my life, from Shaggy, and then, quote, with what, from Velma, and then Shaggy, quote, every other freaking day of my life. 51, Fred jousting on an Indian motorcycle is undeniably cool despite being kinda uncool at the same time. 52, I just like Fred taking on Black Knight, Daphne the Volt Ghost, and Velma the Skeleton Men. Something about them splitting up like this scratches my brain. 53, quote, I always wanted to be like you guys, and that's Velma to Shaggy and Scooby. Guys, it's not tears. Shut up. 54, quote, I've got to consider contact lenses, Velma. 55, I love how Shaggy and Scooby eat the cotton candy glob as Hallelujah plays. Also, I wonder if this is a reference to when the tar monster got covered in cotton candy in Cyber Chase. 56, Tar Monster trapping the gang is very memorable, then Scooby freezing him in a chase scene with a version of the What's New theme song playing kicks ass. 57, I can't believe that totally unimportant frisbee flashback scene was plot relevant and definitely necessary in order to prove that the gang knows how to frisbee. I mean, I wouldn't have believed they could have done that otherwise. 58, oh, this interaction too. Quote, who do you think you are? The masked figure. And then, quote, Scooby, Dooby, Doo, from Scooby. 59, Heather and cameraman Ned were the masked figure, and Heather was actually Jacob Jacobo all along. Also, Ned and Jacobo cuddled. 60, Seth Green is a great red herring character, like genuinely one of the best, most believable in all of the movies. 61, I love how happy and cute Scooby is when Shaggy takes off the Cutler mask and he realizes it's Shaggy. 62, Daphne and Fred kiss on the lips. 63, the movie closes with a song and dance sequence. Oh my god, that's a long list, and now it's time for the next movie. Alright, and now we have our third place pick with Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost from 1999. I mean, you pretty much knew it had to be up here. I mean, of course it was going to be at least top 3. I mean, Witch's Ghost is absolutely iconic to me. I just think that this is one of the best Scooby-Doo movies made. It has some of the best vibes in the franchise for sure. I really like the mystery behind everything. I like Ben Ravencroft and also the fucking real ass witch that he ends up summoning. And also, it's the introduction and origin of the Hex Girls. You can't not fucking love it for giving us the Hex Girls. And if you do not love it, what's wrong with you? But yeah, we're once again in the golden era of Scooby-Doo, so the animation style is beautiful. I love all of the artwork. I really enjoy the Scooby Gang in this one. They're very fun. I like Velma a lot. Velma has a lot of good moments. Also, lest I forget to mention that we get some incredible songs in this movie. The plot, generally, if you don't know somehow, is that the Scooby Gang ends up in definitely not Salem, Massachusetts. Massachusetts. The Hex Girls are there. Ben Ravencroft is there. Scooby finds a book, I think, and Ben Ravencroft steals it and unleashes a real-ass fucking witch. A ghost witch. It's good stuff, so let's get to the list. 1. Caveman Shaggy is fun, plus he's in red, a reference to his shirt. Well, not in this movie, but his other shirt. 2. Gasp! A ghost in our Puritan village? 3. Velma is woke. She has a surprisingly eloquent explanation for the witch hunts. 4. Shaggy gets excited for a, quote, Puritan pizza joint. 5. I love that there's a natural reason for the gang split up in the beginning, and then the Chosen split up later on is really funny. 6. Shaggy and Scooby both instantly attracted to the Hex Girls, same, and then instantly afraid, same, but in a good way. 7, quote, a roast, and that's from Ben Ravencroft, because Scooby said ghost, a roast. 8, please, I beg of you, give me a full Hex Girls album. I would kill someone for that. 9, quote, maybe I'll keep an eye on them. Fred talking about the Hex Girls, followed by Daphne getting upset. 10, quote, so Freddy, why do you always pair us up? Daphne to Fred, and then Fred comes really close to admitting his love for her. 11, Shaggy and Scooby make out on a bench to hide from the shifty mayor. 12, quote, help me, I've fallen and I can't get up, and that's from Velma. 13, quote, like you should have been making pot roast instead of stirring up trouble, and that's Shaggy. 14, the Hex Girl's teeth/fangs are fake. Sad face. 15, whoa, plot tweets. Ben paid for the introduction/opening mystery. 16, quote, you can't solve me so easily, Ben. 17, Sarah Ravencroft design goes hard, and so do a lot of these shots. They're doing everything they can to make these bitches hot. 18, Big Turkey. Pumpkin guys. 19, Ben fucking dies. 20, Great Mystery in Totally Not Salem, Massachusetts. I didn't know that was in my list. Now I've made the same joke twice. And then 21, Ben Ravencroft is played by Tim Curry. Absolute icon. Wonderful. Great movie, but it's time for the next one. All right, and now we have a controversial one, because in my second place spot, we have Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island from 1998. Yes, that does mean that Zombie Island is not my personal favorite Scooby-Doo movie. I still think that it's really fucking good, hence why it's number 2 on my list, but it is not my personal favorite. I do think that this one is probably technically the better movie, better made, better written, better paced maybe, or whatever. And I keep saying personal favorite for a reason, because I just don't want the Scooby-Doo rioters to come after me for not putting it in number 1. I'm sorry. I love the movie. I promise I do. It's hard to see back here, but in the background I have 2 Scooby-Doo VHS tapes, and right here we have Zombie Island and Cyber Chase. This is one of the best Scooby-Doo movies made of all time. Even if this isn't your personal favorite, like it's not mine, I think you can't help but acknowledge the fact that this is probably one of the most well-made Scooby-Doo movies. I personally really fucking love the setting of this one. I love the mystery behind it, and yes, this is a real monster Scooby-Doo movie. We have cat people and we have zombies for realsies, and I like it quite a lot. Also, this movie does get bonus points because this is one of the scariest ones for me as a child, and I think it has incredible spooky vibes, perfect for Halloween or for the October month, or just in general, man. And this is another Scooby movie where I genuinely like all of the characters. One of the tiny little nitpicks I have is that I don't really super love how the zombies look in this movie. Don't get me wrong, I think it's pretty okay, pretty good. It's just not my favorite zombie design, and also it scared me as a child, so it's not like I can really say it's bad. It definitely worked, it did its purpose. It's just not my personal taste. Anyway, it's time to get to the list. 1, we get another Where Are You theme song version. This one's pretty good. 2, okay, so the gang has gone their separate ways. Apparently Daphne got bored of all the monsters being fake. I actually really like this premise and the way it sets up the plot, and here's what they do. Daphne becomes a reporter and TV host. Fred becomes the producer and cameraman for Daphne. Shaggy and Scooby work for an airport and sniff out contraband. Velma owns and works for a bookstore called Dinkley's Mystery Bookshop, and that's really cute. 3, there's a montage with a fortune teller who I believe is meant to be a reference to the fortune teller from the original Where Are You show. 4, Tara Strong is Lena Dupree, and she does great. 5, Shaggy is played by Billy West for the first and only time. He's actually the second person to ever play Shaggy, second chronologically after Casey Kasem, and I think he does a good job. 6, this is Mary Kay Bergman's first time playing Daphne. She voices her in Witch's Ghost and Alien Invaders 2. I genuinely love her Daphne. Sadly, Mary passed away at the age of 38 after struggling with depression, and I really want to say rest in peace, Mary. Thank you for being a massive part of my childhood. 7, new mystery machine just dropped. It looks like a station wagon. 8, Scooby has a deep hatred for cats in this one because he canonically hates cats. 9, I love the continued lore of Scooby not recognizing himself as a dog. 10, Velma gets levitated by a ghost and does the Marilyn Monroe pose. 11, Shaggy calls Mojo, the hog, quote, 1/3 of a BLT. What the fuck? 12, the forming of zombie Moonscar looks sick as fuck. 13, Shaggy's suitcase is full of the same exact green shirt. He also trims his beard. 14, gasp, Fred says no to wearing an ascot. I think I'm gonna faint. 15, Scooby uses his tail to clean Velma's glasses. 16, Fred and Velma can't possibly think the ghost might be real. 17, Fred pulls off a zombie's head. 18, we get one of the best chase songs in Scooby-Doo history here. I fucking love the It's Terror Time Again song. 19, they got voodoo dolls and this shit is real. They aren't messing around in this one. 20, for once it was Fred and not Daphne that stumbles into the trapdoor/secret passage. 21, this movie is kinda gruesome. There's a murder plot and people actually die. Plus, the cat creatures terrified me as a kid because they were real. 22, well, I'll be darned. The zombies were the good guys the whole time. Who would have thunk it? 23, Scooby-Doo without a collar is just wrong. I've said it before, but it's still true. 24, Lena and the other cat creatures literally dissolve into skeletons and crumble. Can you understand why this is scary to a child? 25, the somewhat attractive Beau was a detective all along. Hopefully he's able to help Daphne prove the existence of real ghosts. But yeah, that's it for Witch's Ghost, and it's time to talk about my number 1 pick. Alright, and now at number 1, we have Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase from 2001. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My nostalgia definitely does guide me into a direction. But like I said, the VHS tapes in the background, sorry, my camera's flipped. I had them both as a kid. I watched them both religiously. I just personally prefer Cyber Chase. I think I like Cyber Chase so much because it's just really fun. Obviously, when people think of this movie, I think they remember the Scooby Gang meeting their old selves in the video game, and that is very memorable and absolutely one of my favorite things to happen in a Scooby-Doo movie ever, period. But a lot of people will say that the beginning portion of this movie is a little slow or not as exciting, and I just don't personally feel that way. I really think that the lead up to everything is enjoyable. I think that Scooby and the gang having to go on little side quests up until they get to that point in the movie is really fun. I enjoy the little montage scene that they have in here. I think having them get sucked into a video game is fucking awesome sauce, and I don't use that word lightly. I just think it's really fun and a cool way to play on the formula, because you could go real monsters like we just saw on Zombie Island, or you could go kinda real monsters where they're sucked into a video game. So that's not realistic for the real world, but does happen, and it also allows for just some really fun settings, some crazy scenarios, and I really like it. This one just really hits me in the heartstrings because I just love it so much. I also think that the main villain, the main monster, the Phantom Virus, is iconic. I love the Phantom Virus. He is one of my favorite Scooby-Doo monsters of all time. It's definitely a simpler design, but I just like the way he's animated and his voice. I think he's really good. And then the Scooby Gang is all really good. I like all of the characters once again. I think that there's a lot of fun banter in this one. There's a lot of really fun action sequences and different various chase moments and just kind of genuinely a little bit suspenseful moments as well. The one knock that I'll give this movie is that the mystery is really fucking easy to solve, but ultimately that doesn't matter to me, and it's time to talk about the list. 1. The Phantom Virus design is really appealing to me. 2. Fred lore update. He's a huge baseball fan. 3. This isn't the first movie made to feature these outfit designs, but I really love them. Zombie Island was, of course, the first. 4. My irrational side really wants one of the super magnets as a prop. I want to chew on it for some reason. Just 5. Fred suggests splitting up, and Shaggy Scooby immediately head off in their own direction, which results in this interaction. Quote, I didn't say how we were going to split up, Fred. Quote, like, do we ever do it any other way? Shaggy. 6. There's yet another new rendition of the Where Are You theme. 7. Skeleton gladiators are cool. 8. The virus rides a T-Rex, which is badass. 9. Great going through the levels montage and montage song. 10. I'm a massive fan of the cyber doubles. Good reference to the past designs, especially with Shurgi's rare red shirt. I also love how they interact with the Scooby Gang. Pretty much the only character that looks mostly the same is Velma because her outfit hasn't really changed at all. 11. Fred compliments Cyber Fred's ascot. 12. I like the detail of the cyber devils not having white eyes. It's a good nod to the original animation style. The cyber doubles voices are also subtly modified to sound more robotic. 13. Daphne says, Jeepers, it's the Creepers, as a reference to the original episode title. 14. Fuck yes, bring those classic villains back. You're gonna make me happy. We have the Creeper, we have the Jaguaro, a slept-on pick, Tar Monster, Gator Ghoul, and Iron Face. Oh man, the only thing I'm missing out of this is that they don't use the old Jaguaro scream, and I really love it. 15. The instrumental chase music rocks. 16. The Tar Monster becomes cotton candy. This is a tucked-away childhood memory of mine. 17. Quote, Scooby-Doo, where are you? It's like how what they say in the original show a lot. I forget who says this though. I didn't note that down. 18. Fuck, I love the arcade scene so much. It's just so memorable and so good. 19. I shouldn't be this emotional watching the real Scooby Gang and Cyber Gang say goodbye to each other. Yet here the fuck we are. Tears welling up in my eyeballs, about to cry. 20. When the video game is pulled up later, the Cyber Gang is waving at the real gang. And maybe I did actually cry. We'll never know. 21. There's an after credits scene where they break the fourth wall and talk about their favorite moments filming this movie. All the sci-fi stuff is real though, according to this. I don't take this to be canon or lore, but it is a fun little extra moment in the movie. Okay, I'm actually low-key getting emotional right now because I just finished. I talked about all of the Scooby-Doo movies. Like I said when I opened this video, it was a childhood dream of mine to own all of the Scooby-Doo movies. Sometimes I forget that you have to pay respect to your childhood self, your inner child, and you have to allow yourself to enjoy things. And really, ultimately, this was a love letter to my child self. I'm really glad that I did it. My little tip for you is if you want to do something similar, look for secondhand or used DVDs. Sometimes they will be in like Goodwill or other places like that. I got fucking 90% of these off of eBay. There are also some collections of movies. Like one of the main ones I used is WB 100th Anniversary Scooby Collection. That one I got because there were some movies that I didn't care to own separately in their own case as much. And I thank you for joining me on this journey. Getting a little real here, I lost my dog last year, and that really, really hurt. And it still does on some days. She was one of the best things to ever happen to me. And watching all of these movies and see Scooby be such a big part of it just reminded me of how much my dog Roxy was my best friend in a lot of ways. Scooby has always been special to me and will always be special to me. It's probably my favorite media property of all time. And if you think I'm done with Scooby-Doo, fucking think again, pal. There's still all of the TV shows that I have to get through at some point, and maybe even a little something extra special that I have planned down the line. But ultimately, again, thank you so much for watching this video, especially if you made it to the end. I really appreciate you. If you liked, please like and subscribe. The footage I have for this video to actually record is over 8 hours long of me sitting here talking about the movies. So it's gonna take me so long to edit because I also am putting footage in the background from the movies. So that's gonna suck ass. And it's probably not even gonna be fully visible because of copyright. So this was a lot and I really wanted to make it special. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you're having a wonderful day and happy Halloween, everyone.
You want to be a star.
That's right, Velma.
But you are a star.